Nandan, Igor, how are you guys doing?
Hey, what's up? Doing all right? Doing all right?
Awesome. Yeah, welcome everyone to the opening bell Tuesday session. Hopefully, you got some action going on today.
Too much
So, do you
action.
I hope
guys
so.
say again?
It's too much action.
No, I'm
Yeah.
trying to get into a bloody trade, but I'm too scared at the moment.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. There's been a lot of volatility going on with these markets.
Yeah.
Last week, Friday was a great day for me personally, but these last couple days I've just been sitting flat on my hands, just been waiting for the market to kind of do its thing, figure out what it
Yeah.
wants to do. Have a lot of trends in
Yes.
place, but a lot of counter trend movements are taking place now. Reversals. I don't know if they're short-term reversals or if they're going to continue, but
Mm,
the charts don't really look that great in my opinion. So I'm just
yeah.
sitting on my hands waiting for things to kind of clear up and move forward in that direction.
Gotcha.
Nice.
Yourself, Igor? Have you been in any trades yet?
Yes. I had trades. Yesterday was one of the best days that I ever had in trading in this year.
Really?
So it
Nice.
was the really,
Well done.
it was the really, but it's just you get the first trade well, and everything others I line up in that moment. But I think it's because all the levels that we had yesterday, especially in Forex market, were so predictable levels, and
Okay.
this is something that change a whole perspective. And I think that everything, all my plans that I have had in the last week, just happened during the yesterday. So all levels, everything that we talk about, everything in one day. And it's a little bit crazy because last 2 days we had a 200 pips per day, and it's
Wow.
something that we didn't used to trade on that way. But when I
Okay.
think a little bit right now, it's really at some moment I think not the luck, but it's just you need to be in the right place in the right moment. And
And very patient.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yes, and the good thing was that I just analyzed trades from the yesterday. The market tried 3 times
Hmm.
to retest the same price level several times.
Well, do you want to show us in some charts what you're talking
Uh,
about there,
yes,
Igor?
yes, I will do that. Just to prepare everything to be
Okay.
clear. Just a moment. So I just watch, just while I'm preparing this. I just watch a lot of news about these Trump tariffs, and I think that now we have the problem with the market because a lot of people think that when America do this, like they did, that we will have the problem because the companies in US will start to increase the price because the lack of competition. And I
Hmm.
see that there is a lot of things about that and a lot of stories about that. So I monitor the market and I see really mixed signals, which
Okay.
I really, really don't like. But I hope that we will soon see that. I have problem with platform because I have a frozen screen several times. I hope that I'm not frozen for you.
No, you're good.
Excellent.
We can
Uh,
see and hear you clearly.
excellent. Okay. Okay. I will just remove a few things. Okay. So I will just a little bit oh um, like this. I hope it will be good to see. Do you see my chart right now?
Yeah.
Excellent. So I will just describe the yesterday day and just perspective what's happened. First, I will start from the beginning of the week and the yesterday day. there was two important levels, and I will mark them on the chart right now. They're not important anymore, but yesterday was very important. First, first thing that happened is in the beginning of the day, I figure out that the bullish bearish validation point should be 1.2960. This point level was, as you can see, this was the low of the April 4. And now the low now is the resistance, and that I picked this level as a bullish bearish validation point for yesterday. And what's happened during the Asia session while I was sleeping, it was somewhere in my time around the 2 a.m. The price touched 1.2930 level, and it was the Asia high. And of course, based my strategy, and you, Richard, have very similar strategy. I'm trying, to when I see the market is bearish, to sell from the Asia high, and when the market is bullish, to buy from the Asia low, and that was my plan. But what's happened early in the morning during the UK session, I missed the point, so I wanted to catch it, but I missed that point. And so we had the first time in the Asia session 1.2930. Then we have almost during the opening range. And in that moment, I just tell myself, okay, I will skip UK time. I will not trade today. I didn't catch the trend. Usually, I don't want to chase the price. And in one moment, just in that opening session range, again, we touch 1.2930. And in that moment, I exactly create a trade and put my stop loss in 1.2960. And I just wanted to watch and wait for my targets. And my target was this low here at 1.2830 because it was the Asia low. And I waited, and in one moment, I open my target. In one moment, the price didn't react properly there and start to go down, and I didn't nothing. Just watch my trade. It was the excellent position there. And what's happened in one moment, we were here around 1.28, and I knew that this level is very strong level, and that level, I will just mark that level too. The level 1.2850 is institutional level. And based on my experience, I know that price usually couple times need to touch this level. And what I did, I enter another position at 1.2850. So exactly this level. And the good thing is I just put my stop loss to be average between my entry position of the first trade and the second trade. It was 1.2890, around that level, and I just relax. And what's happened, the price broke 1.28, and I had a session with Jannie and a lot of traders, so there are a lot of room why the 1.27 area, 1.271, is a target. So it was a very, very strong area, and I put my trade and I hit the target. So it was insane trade.
Very nice.
So I made first the biggest profit this year. This was incredible. And after that, I just said myself, relax, because I know that when price reach 1.271, 1.27, this area right now where we are, this is the most repetitive area in the history of British pound dollar. In the 2023, in 2024, we had days and days when price just went from 1.271 to 1.27670 and up, down. And really, believe me, I have my statistics, and this is the crazy area. So when you go to this area, you should play the range, because usually it looks like that. Of course, if we break 1.28, we can continue to go more from that. One thing that I just want to show here, I just to check, do I have a chart with the Fibonacci levels, which is crucial here to show. I can show here, I think that I can add an indicator here just to show you how this really simple and beautiful based on the Mario levels. I use Mario levels when I lose the edge because of huge volatility. When I cannot chase the market, I use just to get my bias back. And I will just find that indicator here. I hope. Sorry, I have a lot of indicators because I really like to test everything because sometimes some indicators can create something interesting, and there is no here. Sorry, because my I think that yes, this is the my mat. This is the real stuff. Okay, now we have on the daily chart. Okay, just to remove the previous indicator. And what is the catch with Mario levels? If you go to the daily chart, we can see that there is an ultimate support for British pound dollar, and that is a really general low at 1.22 level. And there is a ultimate resistance. It's a high that we touched last week, around 1.32 level. And the Murray Gann theory, he created a system when we need to analyze each point, and that point has some kind of characteristics. Some points are weak resistance, some are strong resistance, etc. What I like to do when we go there is to check where is the pivot. Where is the pivot for that my trading? And the pivot point range here is around 1.27 price level. And right now we are in the area where we can expect huge ranges. Very boring, a little bit up, down, but it will
again.
Yes. And I like when I find that, and then I can relax. So this line is white, so this is why you cannot see it. But this is really to the pip. Look to the pip where we touch the market today. And we touch that pivot point, and now we will dance between 1.27 and 1.2780, 70 whole day. And I hope next several days we will just dance in this area. And if you can go, for example, 2023 and 2024 and find that areas, and you will see how that was frustrating, because you see the market structure, you think, oh, it will be bullish. You make a buy order and just go down. So even the relative strength index trend lines didn't help me in that moment. And because of that, when I see that price in this range, I really start to trade as a range trader, and to be very, very cautious with long and short trades above these levels. So I just wanted to show you how that looks like. And today, for example, you can see that we are in pivot point area, and we play there. And it's a really very, very dangerous for traders that want to short very low British pound dollar. It's smart to short at 1 point right now, for example, in this area. It's okay, 1.2790 to make short trade, okay. But if you try to do on other price levels, it can be very, very frustrating, especially when we have this kind of the huge volatility. So this yesterday was really, really beautiful day for me. And I don't believe first that I had so big trades in this short period of time, and that I just touched exactly to the pip that levels. And it
that's
was
awesome,
really,
Igor.
Yes, just if you watch this, look this. They touch
I mean, that's just like such a great entry. That
so if you watch these levels, 1.2930, level like 1.2850, this 1.271, this is crazy. And for the end of this conversation, I just want to add one little thing for traders to be very cautious and protect if they trade British pound dollar. Based on statistics, I will just show right now on this chart because it's beautiful for that. For example, you can draw a trend line here like this. And you can say, okay, if the price break this trend line, we are bearish again and I can sell. The problem from the previous statistics is there is a price level 1.2690. And usually we can have a false break down there and then up swing again. Yeah. And I just want to tell traders, if you trade British pound dollar, really watch these levels and 1.2690, because there are a lot of false breakouts, so false that you will be really surprised when you see price action there. But I lost a lot of trades in the last 2 years in this range. So I really analyzed this range so much. Even today, I went to the past in 2023 and 2024 and watched this area between 1.27 and 28. And believe me, it's so frustrating when you watch the price action if you don't know this. This is like a Bermuda Triangle, like right. This for traders. So so people can be lost, can be really lose a lot of money there. So I just want to tell you that really watch, and I hope that we can make more money from this than we can lose money here. But reduce position size. This is the last advice. Yes.
Okay. Well, really good trade. Good stuff.
Yeah, nice work.
Thank you, guys. So I will just stop my screen. So if you want to share something, some ideas.
Yeah, I can go ahead.
Yeah, you want to go ahead? I'll show mine in a little while.
Yeah, of course. Hold on, my thing is glitching out again. Huh. Richard, you want to go ahead and while I take care of this problem?
Yeah, sure. Let me just pull the screen off my charts. Should be coming up now. There we go. Right, so as always, I'm looking at the NASDAQ, the S&P500, as well as crude oil. Got some levels or little zones that I've marked out, and basically want to see within my trading time frame, or zone, should I say, or time slot between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m., a run or liquidity sweep of these zones. So currently on the NASDAQ, I'm looking for price to potentially get up into the 18,126 area, ideally into 18,221, which was yesterday's high, and then potentially see a reversal, right? So I'm looking for those sweeps to occur, and then I will get in or look at a smaller time frame like the 1 minute, monitor to see if I can get a break of structure, fair value gaps, and then use that as my trade location. So price very close to that area currently. To the downside, I'm looking at 17,533, which is basically almost a cluster of lows that occurred during the overnight session. So if price fails to break that high and reverse lower and moves lower first instead and then moves back up, then that might be an opportunity to go long on the NASDAQ. But with price so close to yesterday's high, I would assume or hope that this will work out first, right? So obviously, price could just bust through there and keep going higher. But as always, I'm looking for a break of those areas or levels, signs of weakness on a smaller time frame, and then see if I can short the market in this case, if that scenario works out. Then similar price action here on the ES or the SPX 500 on CFD side. Also, we got yesterday's high around about 5251, and then we have this little lower high here, and this was on Friday, I believe, which is around 5284. So quite a tight zone as well. Again, similar thing. If I want to take a short here, I want to see price run that level or this zone and then see a reversal lower potential trade to the downside. Crude oil, yeah, all similar type of price action here, right? We had these spikes up yesterday, and then prices sort of slowly been grinding towards those highs. Now here I've got a very nice cluster of highs. I've got this lower high here. There's another one over here and another one over here. So that all lies between 6140 to 6144 on the top side of that. So very tight sort of four-tick cluster of lower highs or highs, whatever you want to call them. And prices just entered into that, which is not good enough for me. And now we're starting to see a little bit of weakness. I'll be watching this one really closely. If price can find support, just put those highs above that zone and start making its way lower again on a smaller time frame like the 1 minute, then that will pique my interest for a potential short on crude oil. All right, so to the downside, we got today's low here on about 59.93, very close to $60 level, and we got a cluster of lows a little bit lower down towards 59.70. But that's pretty far away, so it'll be a bulk of a move to the downside. That hopefully I can get that situation where price just pips those highs and we get a liquidity sweep and a weakness to occur, and then see if I can get into a trade lower. Nice. But these days, things just reverse on a whim. We've seen this quite often over the past 2 weeks with the volatility in the markets. You just see price move into an area level or makes a double high, not even pips it, and you just immediately get a reversal lower again. So hopefully that doesn't occur today. I'm hoping things quiet down a little bit with these V-shaped bottoms and tops that we've been seeing, and finally a proper liquidity sweep, as I call them, to occur, and then get into a trade. Yeah. So that's pretty much it. That's my game plan for today. Again, I only trade during that 2-hour trading window from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern. So I want to see that liquidity sweeps occur during that time. Again, break of structure on a 1 minute time frame, fair value gaps, and then see if I can trade that. So fingers crossed.
Yeah,
I'll keep eye on the charts here. And if I do see anything happen, I'll bring my screens back and show you guys that. Right. Nandan, have you sorted out your...
Yeah, it should be good to go now.
Okay. Let me just stop sharing there. And there you go. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. So, yeah, the market last week was really volatile. We had some really strong trends, especially with the Aussie and Swissy pairs. Swissy pairs definitely broke a lot of historical supports, and we're pretty much in uncharted territory. However, what's been happening since the market opened? Well, first of all, we had some pretty strong gaps during the market open on Sunday, and now we've had, yesterday in the Asian session, we've had some pretty strong moves against those trends. So pretty much exact opposite of what happened on Friday. And when times are like this, when we have trends and we're going counter trend, I'd really like to be a turtle in these times. I mean, I like to scale back significantly. I like to really wait until the market provides a really good opportunity. So I didn't really trade anything this week yet. I'm just sitting on my hands waiting for the market to show me some direction or a continuation of the direction. But unfortunately, we're just so far away from those lows that it doesn't even make sense to make a trading plan. But just for the sake of discussion, I did gather, 8 or 10 pairs to look at, just to keep in the back of my mind, see what I'm thinking through. So the first pair I wanted to take a look at was the Aussie Swiss, This is Aussie Swiss. Looking at it on the monthly time frame, again, we broke historical lows at
Wow.
0.53451. So on the weekly time frame, we are currently in a very strong downtrend. So what's been happening, Igor just mentioned this, we are in really big ranges now. I mean, these ranges are humongous. When you have a volatile move, when you have very big movements, the pullbacks and reversals, or potentially the ranges are also going to be big, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Just to get back to those lows, we're about 111 pips away.
Wow.
That's a 2% move pretty much on the Aussie Swiss. So I'm going to be waiting. This pair hasn't really showed me much in terms of what direction it's going to choose. It's just bouncing around. If I go into this 1 hour chart, you can see how nasty this chart is. It's just bouncing up around, just spiking everywhere. They're not smooth movements compared to what you had on this big long smooth move downward. We're currently consolidating, so that would be my play. Wait for this pair to come to 50635 and then see if I can get an opportunity to sell there. But moving on to the Aussie CAD, take a look at the monthly time frame again. We're currently in a downtrend on the monthlies. We broke this major area of support at 0.857, and we have pulled back significantly. I mean, we have on the 4 hour, we are about 140 pips away from where I would think about taking a trade on this pair to the downside. This pair could definitely continue coming back up, reversing off of those lows, but since the trend is just so strong, I still think it's either going to consolidate before it makes a big push to the upside, or we can definitely have a continuation, but it just needs some time to develop. So moving to the dollar CAD, this was one of the best looking charts I saw in the entire market. I actually did the spreadsheet and everything like that before coming live. So the dollar CAD on the weekly chart looks pretty nice. It's forming a weekly fresh cross to the downside. So there's a fresh trend that is forming. It's not fully formed yet, but it's definitely starting to form nicely. But looking at the daily time frame, we are currently in a downtrend. It's a fresh downtrend, but the problem is support. It's still in this junk area of junk. It's definitely ranging now. It pulled back pretty hard off of these lows. I mean, it pulled back 260 pips within these last couple days, but I'm just waiting for a break of support at 1.404 to really monitor this pair again for another sell. And if that does go through, let me go into the weekly time frame that shows a clearer picture. If this pair does move down to that level of 1.04, I would, oh, whoops, I would certainly be looking to take a sell position. And we do have areas of support in the way, but ultimately, I think your next major target would be down to 1.349. Around that area, or 1.35 area. I certainly think this pair, if the Canadian dollar strength does start to continue, I certainly think we have some opportunity with the dollar CAD. But the market conditions are just so we just don't have a clear direction. The Canadian dollar is not really supporting it in terms of strength on the 4 hour D1 or weekly, and neither is a US dollar. There isn't so much trend support on the larger time frames. So that's my game plan looking for the dollar CAD. But moving to the CAD Swiss, again, broke historical lows. We're in a very strong downtrend off of the moves of last week, and now we've pulled back pretty hard. So my game plan for this pair is to wait till this pair clears out all of this junk here, which for me, the price alert I've set is 0.532. After it reaches that area, I'm looking for a sell, and we'll see how well this pair moves on the larger time frames, and see how the movement cycles carry themselves. Next pair I wanted to take a look at was the pound CAD. Pound CAD on the weekly time frame is going nowhere. It's not trending yet. The trend indicators are still they haven't crossed over to the downside. So the D1, on the other hand, is a strong downtrend. We are in a full downtrend on the daily, and on the 4 hour, if I can show you, we are currently consolidating. It is in a downtrend as well, the 4 hour, but we're now starting to consolidate. And if I zoom out again, I'm looking for a continuation to sell this pair and my price alert is going to be set at let me go into the 30-minute chart. My price alert would be at 1.8059, and ultimately I'd be looking down for a push, ultimately to 1.7745. That's my next target area to really start monitoring this pair and seeing if is it going to continue lower, or is it going to um, consolidate or do whatever it's going to do. I'm obviously looking for it to come down to that area, but again, market conditions are weird right now, so I
Mm.
don't know if any of these trading plans that I'm talking about or price alerts are going to hit. I'm just keeping these pairs in the back of my mind as something to look out for. But move into the New Zealand CAD weekly. Actually, let's go into the monthly. Well, monthly is not that great. Weekly is going in a strong downtrend. The daily is also in a strong downtrend. We broke this a major support level at 0.7945 last week, but looking at the daily timeframes, again, we've just pulled back, and now I'm waiting for a continuation of that downtrend. But we just have so much junk in the way. I'm waiting for price to hit 78316 for me to consider selling this pair again. If before then, I'm just waiting and waiting to see if this pair is going to either consolidate and then move to the upside, or if it's going to continue and break that support. Moving to the New Zealand Swiss, again, historical lows were broken on this pair. A lot of these pairs look the same, and that's why I like to look at the market in terms of currency groups, because you kind of see how these pairs form the same structure on the charts, especially the Aussie and New Zealand pairs. They kind of just follow each other. But it's something interesting to note when the market is starting to show you consolidations on a large amount of pairs, especially on the smaller time frames or the larger time frames like the 4 hour. You got to be careful with your entries. This is the time where personally any type of money I would gain, any amount of pips I would gain in this certain market condition now, where it's just ranging and choppy, in my opinion, I give back a lot of those profits. So I've learned to take a vacation, pretty much turn the computer off, wait until
Yeah.
things develop.
Yes.
So weekly we're going down. We broke historical lows. I'm waiting for a break of support at 0.47. If it breaks that area, I'm interested to see how far we can push down on this pair. But I certainly do think this pair will need a little bit more time to develop itself, maybe consolidate a little more, and we'll see if it continues or not. But moving to
Yes.
the pound yen. Um, Going on to the daily time frame, I certainly thought this pair was a little bit interesting. The yen pairs do have some strength. If I look at today what happened in the main session, in the main trading session, we had some yen strength. So I'd definitely be interested in the pound yen. The pound has shown some weakness on the charts. Just looking at this daily chart though, I start to draw a little line so it's a little clearer. We did break this major support area at 187.039. I'm just waiting for a break of support again. Just looking at how this pair is consolidating, we do have a spike all the way down to 186, 123. I'm not too worried about this. It's about 80 pips away, but just with how strong this downtrend is, and if the momentum continues, I don't think this spike would really pose a threat to the downtrend. So I'm really looking for a break of 186.94 to start monitoring this pair and seeing, hopefully it would be in the main trading session. Hopefully we got strong momentum, pound weakness and yen strength on our side. But as of right now, that's the current level I'm monitoring, and I do think this pair can certainly, if it does continue past that price alert, I think we have a chance of coming down to 184.226. Igor was mentioning pivot points. For me, this is a point where this pair had a lot of trouble moving downward, and it failed off of this price here at 184.226. It's not directly on the pip, but it's just an area where this pair had started to bounce around and rethink its decision to continue moving down. It started to pivot and change direction. So that's how I kind of look at support and resistance zones is where did this pair have trouble getting past. It could be in terms of how many times it's pinged that level, or just how long it went in a range in that level. So that's my game plan for the pound yen. The Aussie US dollar, going to the monthly time frame, very strong downtrend in place on the monthly. Weekly time frame, looking at it, we're in a strong downtrend. We've broken past the support area at from 0.60822. Now we've pulled back pretty hardcore. Just to the
Wow.
lows, we are 128 pips away. So again, this chart I sound like a broken record at this point. I'm pretty sure. We just need to wait for these charts to choose a direction, either consolidate and reverse or continue the direction. But I just don't think the market's ready for any major moves unless Trump comes out with some more tariff news or there's some other catalyst involved. The last pair I thought was quite interesting was the euro yen. The weekly is going nowhere. The daily time frame has kind of crossed over to the downside. It's not a fully developed D1 downtrend yet, but the chart isn't that great. The 4 hour, if I look at this is not that smooth as I want it to be. The daily time frame has some merit to it. I think if it breaks 158, 197, I think we can come down to 155, 839. But before that point, man, it's really hard for me to want to sell this pair just because it's been bouncing around and spiking really hard. So I'd really want to see this pair break 158, 15, just to make it a nice even number, and see a continuation down to the lows of 155, or sorry, 156. So that's kind of the game plan right now. There's not really much I can say. A lot of these pairs have just pulled back so hard that only thing I can do right now is just wait and sit on my hands. I don't
Yeah.
really like trading in these times. Volatile times, really hardcore movements will have wide ranges. Igor mentioned that perfectly before, and I certainly agree with that. And I become very skittish. I become exactly like a turtle. I put my head back in my shell. I'm just waiting to see when the time is safe to start going in with heavy risk. But right now,
Yeah.
I'm certainly out of the
Sit on your
markets.
hands.
Yeah.
Well, we
Right.
also have that FOMC meeting minutes coming tomorrow, and then the CPI data on Thursday.
Yeah. Right.
Again, they might not be, non-events. That's happened previously as well,
Yeah.
So Igor, don't you watch your heat maps as well? Those maps that you showed us before.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course. Today. Let me refresh this page.
Okay.
So today, wow, we've pulled back pretty hard. So the euro yen was at a 1% move to the downside. The best opportunity today, according to the heat map, was euro yen based off of euro weakness, 7 out of 7, and yen strength, which when I was looking at it before we came live was 7 out of 7. But again, the market conditions are so terrible. I don't care what this heat map is telling me. The market conditions just are too terrible for me to consider a stable movement or a trend trade. The
Yeah.
heat map, again, it only just shows you what's going on in the market, how much a pair has moved since the beginning of the session.
Yeah, it might
So
just get whipsawed, huh?
Yes.
yeah, of course, right. Your chances, even though the money is on your side at that time of entry for the euro yen,
Yes.
guess what the overall market picture is? It's pretty chopped up, and it's
Yeah.
counter trend right now. So again, you'd have to really manage your expectations, scale back on your position sizes, and be
Agreed.
willing to exit sooner and all that good stuff. But it's not a time to be heavy on your risk and be willing to risk more. I certainly don't think it is. But
No.
yeah, that's pretty much. I really want to see how the markets will consolidate and develop over these next few days. When the markets again they go into these big ranges, I don't know how long these consolidations will last, but the longer the consolidation, the bigger the pop, the bigger the movement is. So uh, who knows how long these movements will
Absolutely.
last?
Yes.
But yeah, consolidations are, I think, certainly in our path now.
Yeah, I mean, it's like what we've seen on the pound US dollar for since I think we started these sessions.
Right.
Remember before you came on board with Igor, we were watching the pound US dollar every single day. It's just like, and Igor was stating, it's like such a boring market moving sideways, and then bam, you get that spike out of it. Finally,
Yeah.
some direction, and then one heck of a sell-off again. It's crazy.
Right.
Now we have so big volatility that I don't need CPA tomorrow. So this is this is the
Yeah. Well,
so
you
Yep.
made your money
I
for the
can
week, so
show something.
what you complaining about?
Yes,
Right.
I can retire now. Yes,
Yeah.
I, I'm kidding. Yes, let me see. Just like I said, when I have a problem, this is my mental exercise. But a problem with the market and the high volatility, usually what I'm trying to do is to watch my levels just to get the feeling where I am. So I will just show you right now the charts for some
Okay.
assets that I'm watching, just to make few comments there, and I can think that for traders can be very interesting. So the I in the trading view, I add the Mare levels indicator, and right now, first we watch aluminium. What's happened right now is that, as we know, the Trump made a tariff to the Canada, and I think that 25% of all aluminium they import from the Canada, and this will create a problem in the U.S. because
Mm.
people think, okay, right now we will have a situation because uh, we will have a situation for high demand, etc. But the problem is the U.S. companies now, when they see that the Canada cannot be competition anymore for a lot of products and a lot of services and products, they start to increase the price. And this is some basic thing in economy, and you will see that this situation can increase the price of the stocks in the first time because companies will start to increase the earnings because of this. But the
Mm.
problem is the price of the aluminum should rise because we have these tariffs. And as we can see right now, we started from the yesterday. We had like a rainbow bearish trend from aluminum, and then in one moment we had very long bearish candlestick, which just to show that we are on the end of this process. Then we have some kind of the doji bullish candle, and now we're starting to be bullish. We touched the ultimate support yesterday, and now we are on weak stop reverse. This is very weak. So there is a huge probability that we will go to the bottom range and maybe to the pivot point, which can be interesting profit for investors that invest in this kind of commodities right now. The similar situation, if we watch the U.S. oil, we will see that the similar situation. We were oversold yesterday. We touched the day before ultimate support on Friday, and now there is some movement that we can go upside. Of course, this is not the proof that we will bullish right now, but we really touch the very low price level, and now we should expect some kind of correction, maybe a larger correction. And this is the something that I watch maybe for some a longer investment. For US dollar, Japanese yen, for example, I just want to show how these levels are very strong. I will go, for example, on weekly chart. I think it will be more interesting here. Um, we can see, for example, some levels like this level weak stop reverse that just show that we can go to reverse point, and like we were on the strong pivot reverse. We have had some kind of reverse. But the problem with US dollar Japanese yen that we're in the channel. And this channel, I didn't draw this channel right now. I will do that just that we can see, just to find the right point for the FIB channel. We can do from here. Oh, this is the FIB channel. I didn't want that. Just a channel. Where is the channel here? Parallel channel, yes. So if we go here, we can expect a very interesting thing, that we maybe can go a little bit higher and then to touch support again. There is a probability for that, or to break this channel again. But the thing is that on this pair, I think that we are really, I cannot say to the bottom, but we're around the bottom, and there is a limited downside for this asset. So I want to see breakout of this channel, and I want maybe to be bullish US dollar Japanese yen again. But everything is correlated with US dollar here, and I need to wait more for that to be sure. Related to the euro dollar, now we are on the weak stop reverse right now in this area here. This area was some kind of reverse. We started to go a little bit down. We're right now 2 bullish candles here. But I think that the euro dollar is not good for trading right now, because a little bit sideways, even that we had a strong bearish trend in Friday and everything, we're a little bit sideways. The market structure for all US dollar pairs is still bullish. So euro dollar, British pound dollar is still bullish here. Even that we had 500 pips down, still bullish. And this is something that I need to know, because yet we didn't break this market structure. We can break if we continue to go below 1.27 for British pound dollar, but right now we are there. And I watch the Bitcoin because I monitor Paul. he's really good expert here, and yesterday we tried to analyze where is the good level that we can say that Bitcoin is ready to go up, because a lot of people that trade cryptos, especially small crypto and assets, and of course who trade the Bitcoin, they want to see again new highs for the Bitcoin. And I think that yesterday we talked about this level around $93,000. And this is the moment when we break this top of the trading range and we start to go to the strong pivot reverse. This moment when we break this level, there is a high probability that Bitcoin will start to gain to $100,000 again, and maybe more, and that can pull whole crypto universe to start to go up. Even the small, very small penny cryptos, how to call them? Yes. So I think that it's really important to watch this level and support for the cryptos. For example, but I just talked with Paul yesterday, is something that is questionable. It's not like for the other assets, because all other assets, there is some institution and they will protect some prices. I know that Bank of England react if we are so oversold, for example. But for cryptos, there's no reaction. We can touch the really huge bottom and then to start go up and make a 50% of the gain. So this is the I think that's more important to go above this level than to chase where will be the lowest low for the Bitcoin. And the last one that I just want to little bit analyze, and very similar to all these assets that I showed, we were yesterday in the oversold territory for the S&P, and now we are starting to go up. And I think that there is a probability that maybe we can go to a larger recovery, because we really touch, really, it was like I see for $4,080.43, and it was I think 20 maybe more percent from the highest high, and it's really it was really huge drop. So I would like to see that stock market recover, and by fundamentals, like I said earlier about fundamentals. If we have these tariffs right now, and there's no competition in the US, there is a high probability that a lot of companies will use this situation, and the stocks will start to go up because earnings will go up, and I think that more money they will earn. So many of them will increase the price because of the lack of competition. Just imagine, there are no Chinese, there are no Canadian, there's no this and this, and in that moment, U.S. market is a little bit alone, and they have huge advantage, and there is a probability that they. But I just want to say, it is just short period of time, because if this is the rule, every single country will put the wall around the globe, and everyone will work like that. But this kind of the market can be in Switzerland, for example, because their banking sector and everything they do, they're very good in that, and they can do that. They do the decades, for example. But for U.S. economy, I think this can be disaster, and we will see. I just want that. Personally, I don't like the tariffs. I don't like this kind of the politics that they do, and I think that they will suffer because of that in some moment. But we will see how.
Absolutely. Right. I've got no setups, guys.
Stop my screen.
But let me just grab that. Unless you want to show something, Nandan.
No, not much. I was just pretty much gonna say the same thing about gold. Actually, I'll share my. Actually, no, you got it. You got it.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's
I'll
all
be
good.
very quick. I mean,
Yeah,
nothing's really happening here at the moment. I mean, except for the SPX as well as the NASDAQ that moved into that zone of mine. So very close to pipping this high off yesterday, around about the, what was it? 18219 level here on the NASDAQ. ES already took out yesterday's high, slightly bit of price action or price structure, but then we also have these lower highs here at 5284. It doesn't necessarily have to run that on the SPX. It already ran yesterday's high. I would expect potentially the same to happen on the NASDAQ first. So price is really close to that, and then hopefully get that little drop that we were looking for. Hopefully from a trading perspective, right? I don't want obviously the indices to weaken anymore, but that's what I'm looking at from a trading perspective. The WTI crude moved into that zone, nearly pipped this cluster of highs. We had a strong drop to the downside, but prices recovered nicely now. So still hopeful that we can get a little tick off those highs around about the upper side of them, 61.45. Followed by a decline. So that's what I'm watching there. And then yesterday, I don't know if you guys watched our session, but can you see that chart, my trading view chart?
Yep.
Yes.
Right, so a lot of lines and stuff going on here, but what I've pretty much done here was to, let me just hide this one first. Let's start here with a pitchfork. If you use a standard pitchfork using the three most prominent anchor points prior to this run up that we've had from October 22 to obviously these recent highs, the price came very close to what we call this lower red warning line. I would not be surprised if that could potentially still be tested. So one more pip to the downside, or not pip to the downside, but you know what I mean, just a run of these recent lows and then get that strong move back up. Whether it's going to be corrective or not, price just not reached that market geometry lines as yet. That being said, market geometry, you know, you can use closing prices as well. If you do that, you can then say we already reached that. And this is now on the third anchor point of this pitchfork that I've drawn there. Also very interesting, these recent highs, if I switch that standard pitchfork to a shift pitchfork, then look at, let me just hide that for a moment. That's my channel that I've drawn. Then look at where these highs came in. Came at 150% median line. Beautifully, couldn't break through it. Broke below the upper median line, retested it, and has now dropped slightly below the lower median line. We also have this previous high. The price obviously broke out of here around about the beginning of last year and is now retested. Again, it fell short of that level, which is around 4,818 by a few ticks. All right. So, you know, again, these levels don't necessarily have to be tested 100%. You know, it can fall short of it a little bit. A lot of times price can spike below it, then find support and move back up again. But what I'm trying to say here is there is a lot of sort of angular support levels close to where price is actually reversed from right now. If we do get another move lower, let me switch that to the standard pitchfork again and bring back my, hang on guys, my parallel channel. Then you can see the channel I drew a little bit different than a lot of people would. Instead of using lower lows or lows to highs, I want to see where price could potentially move down towards or find support or resistance if it bounces back up again. So I rather in this case use the previous high to a previous high to a low, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You quite often will find that even if you have instances like this where price sort of like just fell short of that angle or the lower side of that channel, that if you were to project at the same angle, let's say a ray or something like that, to those areas, it will typically act as support, in this case, support again. Again, it's sort of loosely applied, guys. It's not 100% science. It's just very interesting to see how these things work. Look at this lower high here, act as resistance over there. So you don't really want to use this as sort of a trading plan. You're just looking at, you know, do we have angular support and resistance areas to the downside? Let's say in this case, price reverses down again. And you can see that we don't have a beautiful cluster there, but if we do make another attempt to the downside, or not us, the indices, then you know that could potentially be an area that could act as support again. Now, on this move back upwards again, we got this blue dashed line, which is now getting tested, as well as this lower 150% median line, this dashed one, the maroon kind of color that we're currently seeing, which could, and it's a bit of a confluence there, which could also now actually be acting or could potentially act as resistance, with potentially maybe just a move lower and then another jump higher again. Be interesting to see how this week's ends. And I think we talked about this yesterday. If price doesn't shoot up all the way from here, but it's sort of, let's say, close either close to the current highs or maybe even lower, then we could be sitting, and it's too early to say, with a fair value gap that formed here on the weekly, which could be a very strong resistance zone. So quite often with fair value gaps, rather than using them as, let's say, entry locations, I'm just trying to have to find my, where's my paths tool. They typically, if they get broken, that's a very strong indication that you actually have, in this case, it would be a bullish continuation, that we might actually have a low in place with price making or getting ready to make its way back up again, if that makes sense. So I think the gist of it is just that, we had very strong sort of areas where support could step in. Yes, we're getting a bounce to the upside, but always have that sort of like, I'm going to say, doubt in your back of your mind, because price didn't really get to all of these levels that you're looking at, all these angular support areas. Just missed it. So are we going to see a test of it again? Doesn't have to. It'd be obviously nice if price can just continue back up from here.
Yes.
But what I'm also trying to say, we are at sort of a bit of a resistance area currently.
Yes.
So it'd be interesting to see if price reacts to that. We can start seeing weakness again. If not, if we see a strong bust through that, then obviously that'll be good for the indices.
Yes.
Nice.
And
Right.
one question, Richard, can we see the chart of US oil?
Yeah, let me
setup.
get that for you. Do you want me to use my current setup?
Yes, your current setup.
Let me just share this tab instead.
And yes, this setup. I just have a question.
Yeah.
Do we have some kind of strategy if we see breakout of this resistance here on the 61.6 level? Where is that?
Look, my strategy still, Igor, would be to see how I've got a cluster of highs here.
Yes,
Now,
yes.
you can argue maybe guys that got short here, maybe they positioned all of their stop losses above there. So what I want to see is I want to see that little cluster to be broken. Price to test it, immediately followed by weakness again.
Yes.
And then that would be an early indication for me then to short crude oil. But,
yes,
that's
yes.
just on a, yeah.
Yes, just wanted. I know that strategy, and it's perfect. But because this resistance is so strong, because we have so many points here, if we, for example, just see that price move above this resistance, do you maybe plan there some kind of the trade? Then,
if it goes above this little resistance area and reverses, then I want to go short. Now,
okay.
this high that we've seen here yesterday, what was it, around 63.59? If we look at that long-term weekly chart that I think you and me have been talking about previously, I think I was looking at it with Jannie as well, and was it James? We were sort of saying that this little zone here between 65.41 and 64.31, it's about 100 or a dollar range. What's no, much larger than that, 65 to 63, almost a $2 range. I can't say that exactly. Looked a lot like some sort of a descending triangle, right? That area has been tested so many times, and now we had a very strong breakout to the downside. Now, typically, our traders would trade triangles, and maybe, I don't know, on such a high time frame, but they'll quite often wait for a retest then of the lower end of this case of a descending triangle. And I will have no doubt, well, things can obviously be surprise you in trading world, but that there will be a lot of resistance in that area should price retest that, and we potentially could see a rejection to the downside again. Okay.
Yes.
I just think after a triangle, this move that we've seen lower here is just not deep enough. I think we could potentially see a deeper decline than that. So this is looking at a weekly time frame here. If we look at this high from yesterday, it was at 63.59. It hasn't reached the bottom side of this sort of support area that acted as support now. Now, support classically could potentially turn into resistance after a retest again. Yeah. So this is as high yesterday. Made it to 63.50. Ooh, what's it? 63.57. That could have been it. And now price is gearing its way up to go down again. But, knowing that in the back of my mind, that could have been the retest, and price is now making its way back lower again. But I very often see, especially if you have clusters like this, that if they eventually get run and you see weakness, that's quite often the very early signs of a liquidity sweep.
Yes.
All right, so that's what I'm looking at. Again, be interesting to see what happens with the ES at those current levels that I've shown you on the trading view chart. And yeah, we can see weakness within this zone or slightly higher.
Yes.
And that's on the NASDAQ, very close to the top end of that zone. Then that could potentially be a opportunity to go short for me. Again, guys, I'm just day trading this, right? I'm not like looking for these markets to go to new lows. These recent weekly lows and stuff, or last week's lows and those sort of things. I'm just looking for a 5, 10, 20-minute trade, generally in these trades for no longer than 15 minutes on average. So just day trading them. Right, that's me. Again, price is sort of at the areas I'm interested in, but there's still a lot of work to do. Have to see those breaker structures, but first to see those levels run, and then see if we can get reversals.
Nice.
Yes.
Cool.
All right.
You guys got anything to show? How are we doing on time? Only 20 minutes past.
Yeah, I got some stuff to show.
Please
Thank you for
do.
adding me back in the room. My browser crashed. Okay. So first I wanted to go over gold. Let me pull up gold. All right. So I remember talking about gold last week. I was mentioning to everyone that we are in uncharted territory. We're at historical highs pretty much, and since we weren't at a fresh movement, it's just a continuation of a really long-term trend. To be careful, certain moves can stop you out of the market. Certainly, if you traded off of this consolidation area here, you got stopped out with the recent tariff news. However, if you were in the beginning of the move, you could definitely stay in this pair for the long term if you were investing in gold. But I definitely think the market momentum to go up has come out. The D1 is made this huge move to the downside. What's interesting is the 4 hour is starting to consolidate. I just have some weird gut feeling that the US dollar might start to strengthen soon. So I'd certainly be willing to look at gold and see if it consolidates a little bit more and then it starts to make its move back to the upside. That will be very interesting to see. But as of right now, again, I think gold just needs more time to consolidate on this daily and 4 hour chart for me to really make a clear uh, decision on if I want to buy it or sell it. Is it going to continue
Yeah.
reversing off the larger time frames, or is it going to make its consolidation and then break that consolidation back into the higher time frames? But um, another thing, cryptos. I was taking a look at the crypto market. We've had some interesting moves recently with Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, everything. Uh, all these pairs. If I go into the weekly time frame, they're in downtrends. Bitcoin's in a weekly downtrend, Ethereum's in a long-term downtrend, and XRP is, it's a fresh cross moving to the downside. Do I think these guys are going to continue lower? I mean, as a crypto trader, I think we only know one direction, which is to stay long. So I really do think that these pairs can consolidate and move to the upside. I mean, they're already starting to do that, but again, it's too soon to say long term what's going to
Yeah.
happen with crypto.
Yes.
They're still in long term downtrends. So I still think in order to hit those new highs, we would need to see a little bit more of a consolidation, at least until we get some indication on the D1 or weekly that the trend indicators are starting to pull, move to the upside. But for short term, day trade type of stuff, I was looking at the 4 hour and, we made this big move down recently and we pulled back. I'm looking to potentially have a price alert at 81,205. And if it breaks through that, I'm looking for it to come back to 83,380. So let me draw that on the chart. So I'm looking for it to come pretty much back up to here and a price breakout of here. So it's a pretty small move. It's just, if you really had to trade something in this overall market, I think um, I certainly don't have a problem with taking day trades, changing my style from long-term trend trading into a short-term style of day trading. So, you can
Yeah.
potentially be in this trade for about 15 to potentially
Yeah.
up to an hour, just depending on how
Yeah,
this
because I
pair
mean,
moves.
historically, Bitcoin, after those massive previous sort of corrections that it went through, those phases,
Yeah, yeah,
it's not uncommon for it to go through quite a long accumulation phase again before we actually start getting, the next bull run to start. And I think,
right,
as Igor was also saying, looking at that $93,000 level, that could be an indication that price is actually getting ready to go up. Until then,
right,
price could just be running sideways, make everyone way more, what's his name, nervous and, I don't know, frustrated, and all those things that generally go with crypto trading, Bitcoin especially, before you
yeah,
then
of
get that
course,
breakout to the upside. So, from a cyclical perspective, I think they talk about the 4-year cycle. I've heard a lot of guys saying that the 4-year cycle is not over yet. But the decline we've currently seen doesn't mean it's over yet either. So
right,
there could be, if the 4-year cycle still works out, more upside, or potentially way more upside. But look at previous, occasions after drawdowns or corrections, whatever you want to call them, and you generally would get that accumulation phase, and like it can last quite long, and that's actually what we want to see. We want to see these
right,
declines to stop. If it does go lower, just gradually, and then start moving sideways and gradually start building its way up. Those are all the indications that the next bull phase could then be underway. Until then, it's too early to tell. Way too early to tell.
right. Yeah, and if I really wanted to get back into a Bitcoin long, buy this pair or buy this crypto, I'd certainly be looking. For me, that level is at
Yeah.
88,669. If it breaks through that resistance point, um, this acted as a support and now it's acting as a resistance.
Yeah.
If it breaks that level, I certainly do think these trend indicators will start to pinch off and certainly
Yeah.
maybe even point to the upside, just depending on how
Mm,
how
mm,
long, how much longer this pair consolidates, or how much longer this guy consolidates. So
yeah.
um, I think with crypto, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and XRP, I think the best choice is to really adopt a more intraday style of trading. You're not really going to be looking at long-term swings, at least not right now. I think it's way too early for that. But
Mm, mm,
Bitcoin, that short little level of resistance, which I was looking at, 81,161, and potentially a move back up to 83.30. I definitely be interested in looking at that. Ethereum,
mm.
Ethereum was just such a. I think it's even going weak now, but Ethereum is in such a strong downtrend. Man, I don't. I
Yeah.
just.
I
I'm
really
too
had
scared
high
to.
hopes for Ethereum, but it's like, this is how
Right.
crypto works. It's like,
Right.
I think you're not the best, or you don't have much. How can I say, chances of? I won't say chances, but Bitcoin's still the king.
Yeah. Of course.
Yes, yes.
And I would have expected Ethereum to go to brand new highs and stuff when Bitcoin shot, but it just didn't happen. Is the altcoin
Yeah.
season still going to happen? Maybe, but I think Bitcoin will, because it hasn't really happened this year yet. I think
Right.
Bitcoin really needs to start going towards the final end of what they propose is still a 4-year cycle before altcoins will actually do its thing.
Right. And yeah, just one more thing to point out on the weekly time frame. This move we made to the downside, which is just half of this range, was done in 1 week. So we can
Yeah.
certainly, we all know crypto moves extremely fast when it wants to move. And I certainly think that we are not too long away from a significant move. I think that move is definitely approaching. It's just when does it break the those two price alerts? But
Yeah.
you know, it's not. I wouldn't be so shocked, especially with the moves and volatility that we're having in other markets, if that volatility does transfer into crypto for some reason. Whether it be through the tariff news or whether it be through some other catalyst. I don't see a reason
Mm,
why it wouldn't affect crypto. It's against the US dollar. So if the US dollar takes a strong direction, that can certainly influence these charts. So I definitely
Yep.
would be looking at those levels, especially at 88,669. And my levels always change just by a little bit. I understand that, but just a approximate level for long-term buys. But yeah,
Mm,
the current market
mm.
momentum, it's too unclear, and actually they're showing the exact opposite. They're showing that the cryptos want to go down. But as a trader, do I believe they'll continue down? I mean, I don't really think so. I think, again, as a person who trades, cryptos, the only direction we like to see is it going up. So so
Yeah, the way I see it, I wouldn't be surprised if everyone thinks, oh, that's it.
yeah,
Things are going to move up, and then you just get that one more spike just to flush everyone out again. It's like cause a bit more pain,
yeah,
and then you see it happen, which crypto can also do quite often.
yeah. It's very volatile. When it wants to be
Mhm.
volatile, man, it'll surprise you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Igor, do you have something to show us there?
Yes, I have few things just to share
Okay.
with you. So,
Hmm.
um, okay, sometimes I use different strategies to trade different assets. One of the things that I like, for example, that was Aussie CAD, is that use the mean reversion. People can use various indicators for mean reversion. One of the most popular is Bullinger Bands. Of course, I use a different one right now on the chart. However, all of them are very similar to each other. You just wait that price go aside of the mean reversion and try to sell and to target the mean reversion. The best asset for trading in that way is Aussie Canadian dollar, and as you can see, it's a good it can be good a strategy, especially when the price is in some kind of the range. But this time, as you can see on the chart, happens something that you can see one time at 10 years. The price just went so down that it's incredible. So one push, so huge push, and after that there is a pivot reversal point, and we had reaction that right now we are around that, and this is the way how sometimes, of course, when you trade the mean reversion, you need to use a stop loss, but a little bit larger than in ordinary trades, because
Okay.
that way of the strategy, you need to be a little bit patient. Your time, even you trade on 1 hour chart, you need to be ready sometimes to hold your trade 48 hours or something like that. So it's really slow. Sometimes it's a productive, sometimes it's not. But there is the Aussie CAD is very good for that. Then what I want to show is another thing that very often I use as some kind of indicator when I lose the bias for Japanese yen pairs. I do not trade usually Euro Japanese yen and British pound Japanese yen because of high volatility, and this unpredictable moves very often. For example, sometimes we can catch and see, okay, this looks like a bullish push here, but when you watch a cloud, you see that you're still in the cloud or below the cloud. So I like to use Ishimoku clouds when I trade Japanese crosses, because this cloud is something that give me edge for them. I very hard I can decide the bullish bearish validation point for Japanese yen pairs, but cloud on 1 hour chart is the deal for me. So it's very easy. Above the cloud, I'm bullish. Below the cloud, I'm bearish. In the cloud, I'm watching the market. So this
Okay.
is this is the thing that I like to accomplish sometimes. And the last thing that I want to share with you related to these movements that we had from the Friday to till day is a huge spikes. And this chart is maybe when I add a zigzag just to see how that looks like. We had a huge upside move. Then we have a little bit huge downside move, but a little bit shorter. Then again,
Mm.
shorter and shorter. And you can see after strong volatility, every single day, that volatility decrease. And in one moment, after a couple days, we'll be again in our default range. For example, if euro dollar can be 80 pips, for British pound dollar can be 100 pips. But it's very important because of our risk management to get a clue about these spikes. Of course, about that we sometimes, for example, in the Friday and Monday, we should reduce our risk 2 times, because instead of 100 pips, we had 200 pips, and we need to be ready to reduce this position size because of huge volatility. And we need to, of course, increase our stop loss and our targets. Everything change, which can be very,
adapting
very
to
dangerous.
the market conditions, right?
Yes, and the thing that we just talk a little bit the British pound dollar is that a typical move there. So from the January we had a very strong bullish push. Then we had a bullish bearish leg, large bullish leg, large bearish leg, etc. And then just around the end of the February, we started to have strong bullish trend. And then during the beginning of the March, we had these sideways moments that we were so unpleasant movements that we had for British pound dollar, and again the push. So sometimes we even just analyze the chart, we can realize that the last week of the month is usually the moment when we switch from the one stadium to another stadium, and this is not the by accident. So if remember, when we touch the ultimate low for the British pound dollar that we had, for example, I will just show that on the chart. So it was in the January. You can see that we started to change that shift in the last week of the January, started to go bullish. Then, like I said, again, we started, something happened, in the last week of the month and the first week of the month. We have that really, really, really huge difference in the price movements very often. And that to put in our calculation, in our formula when we analyze market, especially for this, even that we are day traders, we need just every single day. It's very hard to find the right bias. For today and yesterday, for me it was easy. It was a bearish, but sometimes it's very, very hard. And like I said, when I make mistake about bias, I'm losing the edge. I will have problem with trades. It will be disaster. It will be disaster because when I lose that, stop loss, real price level, it's not good. And just for the end of this session, just the same thing that I said in the beginning of the session. So we went up to 1.2790 level. It looks like, we will break. It's bullish. If we watch, for example, the relative strength index on the 30-minute chart, you will see that it looks like really bullish. Oh, it's a bullish. It's beautiful. I will buy. And then, like I said, just because we are in this crazy range, we are getting down again. So this is we can see the range trading for today between these two levels, and maybe tomorrow too. So I need to see at least 1 hour close above 1.28 to think about that we are right now in the intraday bullish stadium. So
I also think any sort of economical news events that's going to come out now over the next few weeks, months, might have an even more bigger impact than they usually did. Just because of the current state of the markets, the fear and all that's prevalent.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I mean the meeting minutes of the previous meeting tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern. Maybe the CPI numbers on Thursday. as well as unemployment claims. So that might be a catalyst to hopefully get us or see the markets get into some sort of direction so we could, make better informed
Yes.
trading decisions.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and I would like to see sometimes reject of the news. It's a
Yeah,
really good stuff when I see that the market reject the news, and that gives additional credibility of the current market stadium.
yeah,
So when big dogs and the huge commercial traders, when they reject the news, don't see the news, and just keep their setups, it's a clear sign that we need to follow that main trend, whatever that
yeah.
trend be. So
Mm.
right now
At
we
least
are in
something
some.
to happen.
Yes, yes, yes. So I would like to get some good bias, especially longer term bias, just to fill the market in the right way.
Awesome.
Yeah. I
So
think
Nandan,
if you're a
anything else to add there? I think we only got 5 minutes left, and then that's it for us.
yeah, I was just
I
gonna say
really
if
don't have
you're
anything here that I'm looking at. It's just markets just started going sideways now.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, if you're a trend trader, I think this type of market is very tough to trade in because we're just so far
Mm,
away from breakout points. Or
mm,
if you got into trends earlier last week, you might be sitting on your hands now, which is what I'm doing. But I certainly think if you're a range trader, a person who likes to trade the smaller ranges on the smaller time frames, this is definitely a much better market for you. One, these ranges are pretty wide, but at the same time, uh, we're not really there's not enough volatility anymore. That could definitely change in an instant, but there's not enough
mm.
volatility for it to make significant moves to make breakouts. I mean, we're certainly really far away from any breakout point right now that I can see on any chart. So
Mm.
definitely think that shift in trading strategy is definitely warranted now. But
Yeah,
yeah, that's pretty much all I got for today.
yeah, same here.
Yes.
I'm really hoping that we can get some trades going. I think it was only who was it the other day that took a trade? Did you guys take any trades during the sessions recently?
Not during the session, but
no,
I did have one last week that I showed on Friday when the
Yeah.
big market moves happen.
Mm. Yeah, I had a lot of reversals during my time window, but it's just the markets would just like shoot in one direction and you just wouldn't get a revisit of those areas that I want to trade, which is,
Yeah.
very, very frustrating, but part of the of trading, I suppose.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, last
Mm.
week you go from such a volatile market to what we kind of have now. I mean, it's still volatile, but it's not as smooth in my opinion. It's very
Mm.
strong bursts of momentum in one direction and an immediate reversal. Uh,
Yeah.
you know, it's
yes.
just it's pretty chopped up.
The only
Mm.
edge that we
Difficult.
have right now are price levels. So we
Yeah.
know strong price levels like this 1.28, and you see the price just a few pips below cannot reach and try to reverse down or on the British pound dollar, for example, right now. And
Mm.
this is the only edge that we really have right now, and we can play around that levels and enjoying the game. So the only problem right now is that all these indicate oscillators can be tricked right now, and this is something that I'm afraid of, because when we have these crazy volatilities and it's
Yeah.
not good for oscillators.
Mm.
They lose their edge sometimes,
Yep.
especially 200 pips up, and then
Yeah.
and then you are overbought, extremely overbought, and then you wait and tomorrow morning you are on the level 30. Yeah,
Yeah.
Right.
On
it's
again.
insane. It's
Yeah.
insane. Yes,
Mm.
yes.
That's certainly true. Um, yeah,
Did you
guys.
take
So
this trade, Igor?
No, I was talking with you.
Uh,
I wanted in that moment. I just talk about that, but I hope that if somebody watched this moment when I said that, It's really beautiful for this trading range for 1.271 to 1.2790. So it's a beautiful. And what I think tomorrow that range can be even shorter. Very often the next day we will have between 1.271 1.2760, for example, and we just play in that two levels, and it can be frustrating for some traders, but for range traders that can be really good setup.
Nice.
Awesome.
Nice.
Right, gents, I think we've reached the end of our session.
Yes.
We still have a few seconds left. If there are any questions from our viewers, please do ask. We'll be happy to quickly answer them. But if not, I'll be back tomorrow. I don't know, when are you guys on again?
I believe I'm on tomorrow as well.
Tomorrow morning session.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
First session.
Well, Igor, go get some more trades to show us.
Richard too, I wish you the
We'll
great
try.
trading day tomorrow.
Yeah, let's see how things work out. But anyway,
Yes,
that's it, guys.
All
I
right.
think we're only like 20 seconds away. Thanks so much. Thanks for joining again. To all our viewers, have a fantastic rest of your day, and we'll check you again tomorrow. Obviously, there are some more coaches coming up after us, 2 more sessions, so please stay tuned for that as well.
Okay,
All
bye.
right,
But guys, have a good one.
Bye.
All the best that side. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hey, Paul, Michael, how's it going?
Hello, everyone.
Hey, gentlemen. How are you guys?
Nice to see you again.
Yeah, great to
Of
see you, Michael,
course.
Jannie.
Of course. I know on
Yeah,
Tuesdays,
well, I
I'm always
think
missing you guys' presents.
well, are you guys ready for some controversial takes on the markets?
You got controversial takes today, Jannie.
Probably
Just
not.
remember,
No.
this is my screen, that's your screen. Okay.
Let's have a look. I am going to start.
I will start by
actually-
saying, Yanni,
I
you
will
were
start
right.
by.
Yep.
Oh, you mean about the Bitcoin?
Your take on Bitcoin, you were right. Even though we were both kind of mid, you called it. You called the hell out of it. I got
Yeah. Let's give Jannie that. Let's give it him. That's awkward. Take it.
Yeah. I need that one for the next one. You see, I need that one for the next one. I'm gonna get wrong. All right.
Good.
Well, I just want to start with a trade that I thought I missed in yesterday's session because we're in the middle of a conversation and then you don't pay attention to the charts, especially on the 1 minute. But this was the setup, and then I just pointed out that I missed this opportunity. But in reality, I would have lost that trade, even though it worked out and it looks like a beautiful move. And the reason why I would have lost this trade is because the ATR was so massive.
Yeah.
That I mean, we actually calculated just the size of the actual candles, and even if I reduced my trading size and widened my stop loss, I still would have get stopped out. So I didn't miss a trade. I missed a losing trade. Okay, so let me just clear. Yeah, so that's very important to look at, especially when the markets are really, really volatile. Especially this last week with massive moves way past the ATR.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I want to start with. And why did I stop my screen now? Okay, that was an accident. Let me just do that again. And we'll just look at the pound US dollar. The pound US dollar, I mean, not much has changed. We kind of bounced off this support level here. But in terms of entry, you can see this is the 4-hour time frame. It finally lined up with the other time frames on this, or the smaller time frames, but it just can't break that resistance there. And even if it did, I wouldn't be interested because, I mean, for me, the take profit would probably be the low of this range here. So there's nothing really on there. 1-to-1s is not really something I'm interested in personally. There needs to be a decent risk-reward ratio. A decent is a bit of a broad term. Some people will say 1 to 1.5 is a decent risk-reward ratio. Others would say, what are you talking about? It should be at least 1 to 3. But at least bigger than a 1-to-1, okay? And it's just not there. So I think I still don't know really. There's no trading plan here. I'm still saying exactly what I said on Friday. I need more price action. So far, we're just declining. And I don't know. Maybe it can stop here and eventually reverse. I don't know. But for now, there's nothing obvious to me. I'm sure other traders will look at this, maybe at smaller time frames, and find really good opportunities. That's great. But for me, the way I trade and the things I like to see, there's just nothing lining up at the moment. And there's been nothing since Friday, really, since we got this very unexpected reversal on the pound US dollar. Very much unexpected. I don't know what you think about that, Michael. Did you expect this drop? Be honest.
No, I didn't. I did not. I think Sam and I were looking at this, but it was like, whoa. He could have caught a monster trade off of this. He said he never really trades pound. But yeah, I was not expecting this. Not a drop like this in essence, right? This obviously came out of the heels of all that crazy news when the markets went literally the most berserk it's gone for the whole year, so to speak.
Yeah, and there was also this rumor. Was that yesterday or the day before? I don't know. When they were talking about Trump could potentially put a 90-day pause on the tariffs, and that turned out to be not true.
Yeah.
So, yeah, those
it
kind
hit
of
my
news
radar
events
yesterday, and I hadn't had chance to even correlate it to the Bitcoin move. I hadn't chance to verify, but I think a mainstream organization picked it up, a tweet, and then propagated it, and that's why. So just, double check everything, people.
Yeah, it's very dangerous. It's very dangerous, these little news that comes out. It's not, I suppose you just have to wait for the White House to confirm, or just like look for releases that comes directly from them, because I'm sure it will first come from them if it's true. So the Bitcoin, so the pound US dollar for me, we are at a support level, but as I said, I don't know if we're going to. It's just really difficult at the moment. And if you look at longer time frames, like the monthly time frame, I like my ATR, and on the ATR, we've already passed the monthly ATR in the first week. So it's very distorted at the moment. We've moved.
It really is.
500 pips. 500 pips from, well, exactly a week, because last week Tuesday was the 1st of April. So in a week, we've moved what you can expect the pound US dollar to move over the course of a month. So that's crazy, really, really crazy. So it's really difficult. It's really, really difficult. But that doesn't mean you can't find opportunities still. You can still rely on technicals. And if the trade makes sense on multiple time frames, as long as there's the risk-reward ratio makes sense, then I don't think there's anything wrong with taking that trade. So unless there's some, more unexpected chaos coming out.
Which it should be.
It's like the Chinese, was it the how do you say it? The Chinese yuan? Is that how you say it?
Yuan, yeah.
Yuan, yeah. It's fall to its, it's like the lowest level in 2 years, right? So, everything's doing crazy stuff. And when that happens, time at the very least is the only cure, right?
Mm-hmm.
We need easing, and then we need time to print a pattern we can trade. And this is where we are today, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And even from there, like it seems as though, and I don't know how true this is with all of this fake news, right? But it was something about I think it was a tweet yesterday about like, hey, if you guys don't take this tariff off, we're going to impose another tariff on China. So it's supposed to be like 50% or something like that. And it's
I read 100%. That's what I read.
I'm like, what in the world is going on right now? I can't wrap my mind around. I'll be honest, guys. Like this is one of those markets where it's like you got to be a sailor to sail this sea right about now. Like this isn't for the weak heart, right? Like I was telling Sam and them over the weekend, which is super interesting, guys. But over the weekend, I'm like, oh, I know the market's gonna sell off on Monday. I just know it. And I came in with such a strong bias. I did something I never do, guys. Like something I never do at this level in my journey, right? In my career, which was I came in with a bias and I'm going to short the S&P on Monday. It's like, where is your evidence that you're going to do that on Monday, right? And then I forced. Everyone saw that. Yeah, everyone thought that, right? Now, luckily, I kind of got out like at a decent spot. Funny enough, me, Sam, and Howard Warren yesterday, we all took the same exact trade yesterday. And if all three of us saw that, I can only imagine who else saw that, right? Like,
yeah.
So,
look,
super interesting times, to say the least.
I think like this is the dangers about when there's a lot of news going on, you can really get distracted.
Yep.
And you don't
like,
focus
look,
on the chart.
At least me, I'm a technical trader, right? TA all the way. But like, where did this fundamental bias come in at? Like, what makes you think that when you think something, now you're emotional, so you're emotional trading? It's like that's not how it goes. That's not how it goes. I luckily talked myself out of the seat yesterday, guys.
Well, if you look at the NASDAQ, we just look at the NASDAQ quickly. We did bounce off a very strong support level, yesterday. It kind of pierced through a little bit, and then it bounced back up, and we closed bullish, and today is another up day. But the overall sentiment is still bearish. I made a bit of a bold call yesterday saying we could, if this continues, because this could continue for some time, we could go all the way down here to roughly the 11,000 mark, which is about 50%, a 50% correction.
Crazy. Crazy.
Well, I mean, I could be wrong. Hopefully, I am wrong. But during times like this, it's not uncommon for the markets to correct that much. It's just
Right.
not. Okay.
Yeah, I think you need to. I think it's, if you've got a worst case scenario in your head when you're looking at a chart, it's in play.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely in play. Well, this is the worst case scenario.
See, don't say that. Fate has just looked down on you.
5,000. 5,000. Oh,
Can't
man. That'd
possibly
be
go
terrible.
lower than this. Oh, wait.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's
No,
so
let's go
I don't have-
let's go to the S&P since you're already here. Let's go to the S&P.
don't have that one. Let's have a look. US 500 indices. I don't have it.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, you can show us your chart. Yeah, you can show
Yeah,
us.
I'll pull it
Okay,
up.
so yeah, on the pound US dollar, it'll be interesting to get your take on it, Michael, when you look at it. But for me now, I still see this. I still see that. It's like pretty much a kind of just a very strong sell-off, and there's no real stopping, even though we are at the support level. You want to see it like really going back to this neckline or this the lowest point of this this breakout or this range rather, and then look for price action on multiple time frames to confirm a move lower. But not at this point.
I agree.
So,
I agree. I'll show it now. Actually, what price is that? I'm just curious. Let's see what price level you're talking about.
As £1.50 per word. Damn, I don't even know what I'm saying. No, it's 127.
You're an expensive secretary.
Yeah. Whoa.
127.561. That's where it's trading right now. 127.561.
127. So yeah, okay. So I'll show my charts here. Pull up my screen.
I'll hand over to you just a minute. I just want to like get to the controversial stuff.
Oh yeah, okay. Let's do it. So
yeah,
pound S&P. Yeah, I'll run pound S&P after that.
Okay, so Bitcoin, obviously it looks very bearish still. My bias has actually changed. It's not bearish anymore. It's now gone.
Wait, what?
hang on. It's gone from.
Here's one of those
controversial stuff that he was talking about, Paul.
No, let me. I
can
explain what, like they say in the movies. It's not what it looks like. It's not what it looks
like.
Right.
Well, anytime they say that, it's exactly what it looks like.
But this is how I view it. Okay, so just a very quick recap. The first 2 days of the new month we pushed higher. Okay, so then we talked about we need that lower wick, and then this is a very strong support area. So the bias has always been short up until this strong support area. Now we didn't quite touch it. I think we missed it by like $500 or something like that. Very, very close. That's the point where my bearish bias ends. Okay, does that make sense? Yep. I do not think it's particularly wide. I'm not saying it can't go lower or anything like that, but this is a very, very, very strong support area. And the reaction we had from that level was very positive, I feel. Now, it's still too early, but I definitely won't be taking shorts, okay? Because for me, the bias is short and has been short for, 3 weeks or something along those lines. If we go to this 4-hour time frame here, that's not the right chart. This one. Okay, so we had this broader downtrend. We had this little correction wave, and then we had a break below the correction wave, and then a retest into that pocket area. And we spoke about we want to see how it aggressively sells off from that level. We got that, and then we had that drop. So it's bearish until you hit that major support level. And I know I've already said we didn't quite touch it, but it already went there. So for me, that's where the bearish bias ends. So am I bullish? No, I'm also not. I'm neutral, but I'm leaning more towards a bullish bias. Now, I know it's too early. I want to see this weekly time frame needs to reverse and hopefully maybe engulf this candle. And on the 4-hour chart, if we can get that channel to break, Oh, Paul, you're going to disagree with me on this one. I love it, man. I love it.
This is why we do it. This is why we do it.
Yeah. So we need to, like, if we can get just above this this trend line, and the time frames makes sense on the longer time frames as well, and the monthly is going to be the key one. Yeah. If the monthly, oh my goodness me, all those lines look so terrible there. If the monthly can reverse and give us a bullish candle, because for me, this candle formation, I've mentioned this before, when you get a really strong bearish candle and then the next candle, the body closes inside the wick of the previous, that big candle, that in itself is a bullish formation, but it's not enough. So the new candle, you want to see how this moves. Okay, so we got that. So if we can get back up there, then it definitely changes the picture. Now, I'm not ruling out the fact that it can't drop any further. Of course it can, but I'm not bearish anymore because of what I just mentioned. Okay, we are bouncing off that very strong support level. And
I thought you were changing your tune at first here. I'll be honest, I did.
No. Well, it's a bit late to change my tune. It already went to the level that, you know, that was the target. Now it can move lower to the 61.8 and so on. But for me, if it goes down and touches that support level, that's the first time it touched it. And that's also for me where the bias kind of, that's it.
Yeah.
Bearish bias over. Bearish bias all the way down.
Which, to be honest, I see it. It makes sense.
Yeah.
This is a classic break and retest. This is the retest zone right here for sure.
Yeah. So exactly. So if you had to put this, we've done this exercise before, I'm sure. If you put this chart upside down, all right. So this is a short. This is a short. You get a break short to the downside, and then it reverses all the way to this level here, the breakout level. That's a retest, isn't it? Would you look to go long here?
Yeah, with some more confirmation. That's my first sign of this could be going long. I would just need some more confirmation, more confluence with this.
If the chart was upside down.
Oh no, then it would be the other way around.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So if this was the opposite, if this was a break to the downside, and it comes back to this level, yeah, you'll probably start looking for shorts.
100%. After some more confluence, yeah.
Yes, it's not ready yet. No, I fully agree. This is not the time. This is not the time to go long. But all I'm saying is
you are totally saying the same thing. This is the level for sure.
Yeah, I think like this is the level. It's not ready to go long, but I think the probability is probably higher for it to go from this point to reverse to the upside. And if it breaks down below this level, God forbid, because this is going to be, I mean, it's going to be the wild, wild west. Okay, it's going to be rough to trade in that, in this zone. Yeah, I think. So yeah, that's the reason why I've changed my bias from short to neutral. Does that make sense?
Makes perfect sense. I thought you changed your tune after your explanation. It makes sense.
No, look, I mean, I am kind of in a way changing my tune, but it's more of like adapting to what's been happening.
Well, it got you your level that you predicted around here, and obviously, once it gets to this level, you kind of got to wait it out a bit, right, to see if you're going to be more long or short. But yeah, this is that crucial point.
That is the crucial point, and this is typically a crucial point where opinions and analysis and all that starts to kind of not line up. But when it's more clear, say for example over here, right? I think this area here was a bit. This is also an area where you can start to have different opinions, right? Because you know, I think you guys mentioned about it made a new high, so that looked bullish, and you were right, it did go up, but it hit the 61.8 area, 61.8 Fibonacci retracement area. So a little bit of doubt there, but when it broke down, then we start to agree again because the picture is more obvious and it's more clear, right? So when you go down and when you retrace there, then the picture is just more clear, and that's when we tend to be in sync with our opinions.
Right.
But at key levels, it's because, like, even though you may think that's an obvious area to buy, it's not that straightforward because of things like you're still in this kind of downtrend. The price is still in a very strong downtrend, and it could break lower, and you get all these contradictions. But for me, a strong support level on the monthly, like over here, oh man. Let's have a look. Monthly. Like over here, this very strong support level. Is it carries more weight than the downtrend that took you to that level. Does that make sense? Unless you expect the downtrend to continue for a much longer period of time and you have good reasons, then I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying, well, I'm neutral, so I can't be wrong. I think about these things. Okay, so but no, we are rejecting it. It's only it's still early in the month, but this can be. I think it's a very good sign that it bounced off there. It could come down there to retest it a bit again, and maybe come a little bit lower, and then eventually turn. But yeah, anyway, so that's my take on Bitcoin. Be very interesting to, but I think the other arguments, as I said, on the 4-hour time frame on Bitcoin, the fact that we're still in the downtrend, you could make the argument that this can go much lower to touch the lower side of this downtrend, which I feel is way too low. But yeah. Anyway, that's
fun. Big companies. You can't let this thing get too low, right? Like, and again, this is obviously TA, but at the same time, it's a small sprinkles where it's too many. This thing is almost too big to fail. It can't go too short. And there is this area which we just drew out. There's the line in the sand, as Paul would say, that if this gets below this area, good for anybody, really. All the people who sold all of their got a mortgage and want to buy this, MicroStrategy, all the other companies who are buying X amount of Bitcoin, per month, per quarter, whatever the case may be. Every trader is going to see that and jump right on it as a short. So this, to me, is the line in the sand. What level is that set? It's so little I can't even see that. But whatever
it's just below 74. So 73,841, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. This is almost this is, to me, is almost as extreme that it should go, or I can't say could, but should go. We need below this level. They're like defending this whole area, right? Like let's pump the brakes here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this can drop. Yeah, I'm fully aware of that. Like the pound US dollar. If someone asked me in a session, what do you think the probabilities for this to go all the way back down to the lowest point of this range, I would probably say very low. That would have been my answer. I would have said, it's very low. But no, not only did it do that, it completely broke it. So
it violated the entire area.
Yeah. But did you lose money? No, you're not even in the trade, okay? Because it's not acting. We drew like FIP levels. That was the only thing that I could see that, to identify a level of interest. But it just crashed through that level. And that was the only level that I could identify with clarity. And it didn't respect that level. It just crashed through. So it's just that's like, well, stay away, okay? Because now I'm like, I don't know what now. So what I'm saying is like it could be the same with Bitcoin, but you still need to look at things like this support level. This is a very, very strong pivot. This area, this is such a strong pivot. So I would be very surprised if it comes lower. I'm not saying it's impossible. Okay, reference pound US dollar.
Right.
So anything is definitely possible, but I would definitely look and pay attention to price action to start to kind of make start to turn around now. Okay, if it goes lower, I will not be looking for shorts. I think it's, for me personally, I mean, I just feel it's a little bit dangerous because this support level is just a very, very strong level that should not be ignored. And that's it. Over to whoever wants to take over.
Well, I was just about to say I can gladly take it, but Paul, you wanna, since we already here, you wanna jump in, or you? He just listening. He's okay. I
got some setup. So sure, I'll jump in with Bitcoin because there's not much to talk about today. You've covered it, but I'll jump in and I'll pass back to you, and then I'll do some charts at the end of it. Thanks.
Okay.
Let me just share this. Look, controversial, sure. Okay.
Yeah, I love it.
All right, look, let's just. What I would say is, so we haven't hit that area yet. So there's a range. So the range which we need to be looking at is made up of the previous bull run all-time high of around 69K, that area, all the way up to the break of those, the first attempt to break those all-time highs. So that leaves a range of about 69 to 73K, roughly speaking, right? So it's one of those things. It's not going to be a definitive line in the sand, and Bitcoin likes to do bear traps and all kinds of stuff. So we're not there yet, and I think we're definitely going to retest this level now because we're so close. And when there's that many buyers there, when people are looking to enter at this level, well, some people do, of course, but this would be the logical place to wait for a long trade because we are still in a downtrend, right, on the intermediate trend, right? And that's all people are going to see. This is the closest buy opportunity. So my message yesterday with the Bitcoin update was everything's short in the crypto market, right? Because Bitcoin is heading down, and the next long opportunity is when Bitcoin arrives at this zone. And it is an area, you can see it's an area, so I don't think it's going to be a definitive line in the sand, right? And then this would be an area which would be the first place to start buying Bitcoin again for long-term holds. And then also, more importantly, this would be the first area where you might want to consider entering an altcoin long trade, because right now, unless Bitcoin comes back up into this upper range, that is the only scenario for longs in the crypto market, right? It's this level. So we have to come down. It's as simple as that. Now, obviously, this is pretty good local support, right? We have got that, and then we're in that range which we don't want to be. So this is a buying opportunity, right? And of course, we want to see if we can hold this attempt to move back up to the next level. But we got the 1 day, we got massive resistance overhead. There's so many obstacles, and I would be before I would say anything about longing Bitcoin, as Michael would say, I think it's because it's about context, right? This under normal circumstances is a perfectly healthy breakout and a retest, right, over a good few months. Now, when we know, it's only in the crypto market, when I'm looking at an altcoin and I'm looking to enter the retest following a breakout, the only reason why we'll get a bounce is if Bitcoin is bullish, right? Now, for Bitcoin, the market and the context of what is bullish is the rest of the world and the rest of the market, right? So if we come down here and we retest and the markets are fine, inflation's coming down, then sure, absolutely, it's a no-brainer and we continue on our way. But that isn't the context at the moment. And if we lose this level, then just based on the TA, 40K, this is where we're coming. And, but we can't say that until we've, this has to come firmly down into this range before we talk thinking shorts. But for now, in terms of the rest of the crypto market, which is dependent on Bitcoin, which is in a downtrend, it's short city for sure. But we what I'm worried about is the very simple thing is that how many buyers in this market in these current conditions are going to show up here? Are ETF funds going to reevaluate their approach given everything which is happening? Are they going to maybe exit earlier than they were planning to? Are they going to do that and maybe look to pivot at lower levels? All of this uncertainty, of course, makes serious people revisit their plans. And this is the concerning point. How much of retail is going to enter here, right, with all the turmoil? So I am very bullish on Bitcoin. I agree that as we are approaching that neutral zone where it should be long, but we're not in a normal context and arguably worse than we were facing with the pandemic. So I think if you're thinking of longing Bitcoin, wait till we come into this range for sure, right? This area here, and you want to see a reversal pattern. It's as simple as that. Until, of course, we have some good news, maybe like the fake news we had yesterday. But essentially, that's kind of Bitcoin right now. And as I said, we look at this chart. There's nothing for us yet. There's nothing. It's just lower low. This is the next area we need to watch. That's it. So it's a waiting game. But I mean, I suppose that's my take. A little bit more bearish, actually, probably. We've kind of switched positions.
Yeah, well, not really. I think if it can come, when you say it can come down, are you also referring to the between the 73 and 71 area? Because that's basically where I think if it comes lower, that's probably the area where it will go to. Or what are your levels?
I think when there's ambiguity with the range and we've got a bearish context in the market, I think you can expect the bottom of the range to be hit, which would be 69k. I mean, this is the way I approach trading. So my entrances are based on the context of a market. If I'm trading a range and I'm long in it, if I've got a bit of a bearish bias, I'll come in at the bottom of the range for a long. And if I'm a bit bullish on entering a short trade, I will enter at the highest possible point in the range for a short. And it's just adapting. And I think when we talked about at the start, when we're joking about what's the worst that can happen.
Well, how long is a piece of string, right? Yeah, I just think like
times two, but moving on.
Yeah, I think like before there are obviously, when you talk about scenarios, I mean, you can talk all day about scenarios because, I mean, how many different patterns can play out possibly at this level? Like anything, it can start to range towards the bottom. It can break down. It can break, it can look like it fails and then just jumps right back up. So I think to talk about the 40,000 levels is that like so many things needs to happen before we can talk about those levels. We are right now is at a strong support level. Well, not right now. It came pretty close, didn't quite go there. It needs to go lower to actually hit that high. That I will agree with. So it's short-term short bias. Yeah. But as I said, like because it came so close to that support level, that for me it's risk off.
Because I agree. Under normal circumstances, there's a lot of people in Bitcoin going to front run it, and it probably is not even going to touch the 73k. But that's not where we are. And I think when we were last having this conversation a couple of weeks ago, Bitcoin had just given us a bullish signal for the first few months. It had broken against the 1-day 200 MA, and the only thing which stopped it was the bearish context. That's the only thing which stopped it. That was the opportunity for Bitcoin to break out because it had that nice confluence with the 200 MA. It came down to the right point just as there's a lot of pressure, and that's how it gets out. But the context and the pressure in the wider world has stopped that from happening. And now, of course, we're even lower down from the 200 MA, and the 200 MA now needs to come back and sweep down again, hopefully at the range we've just been talking about, and then we can break out again and have some confirmation. But I think it's what I'm seeing is unprecedented. Like the altcoins have not behaved as they have historically, and Bitcoin, of course, is the last man standing. But it's just that, the last man standing, and it's only saving grace for me if this pressure keeps up, and I hope it doesn't. Right? I hope it doesn't. But if it does keep up, the only saving grace will be as people look at it as an alternative to gold or silver or whatever and put their money in it. But I think, as Igor was talking about, a lot of people are trying to just sit in cash at the moment, right? And even though Bitcoin shouldn't be considered a risk asset because it's de-inflationary, it's like, are they going to put it? What context? And given everything that's happened, everything's up and up. Everything which was up is now down. Everything which down is now up. It's difficult to suggest. And I think when there is that hesitation, me and Michael are like, yeah, of course it's going to reverse. We've broken the 200 MA. Of course it's going up, but it didn't because we don't have the context. So that's why I'm a little bit more cautious as we approach this level. But I completely agree. It's the next logical place for a buy, but difficult times when we get so close to levels like that.
Yeah, I think we can talk about. Yeah, no, I agree with everything you said. I just want to say that when you are so close to a very strong support level on a time frame like the monthly, it's you kind of have to respect that level. Say, okay, this is, like you said, it's a logical place. So you don't just buy when it hits it. Obviously, the price actually needs to make sense.
Yes, you do.
on multiple. Okay, fine. That's what I do, really. But yeah, so if it holds there, and if it reverses, as I said, like on the weekly, the daily, the monthly, you get all those reversals. Then it's just like, what else do you want to wait for? It's like it hit the major support level. It's giving you everything you want, just everything you need to see before you take a long position. Then that's when you take the trade, right?
Yes, I mean, look, aggressive support buys are for bullish environments, which is why I was joking about it, right? We are in a bearish, so we all know when we're trading in really difficult contexts like this, we always put extra measures in place. We want extra confluence. We always wait for that reversal pattern, even if it is the low, all-time low, because I'm seeing altcoins, you come down to this support level, which has been in place for 2 years, and it's just gone straight through it like butter. Right. And
yes,
even though Bitcoin is not that, right, I don't think any asset in the moment is immune from that. And maybe Bitcoin is being kept afloat by the US being more favorable to cryptos since the new administration came into office. But you know, something which is keeping an asset afloat isn't exactly the thing I want to buy it, right? Because it sounds like it's just a matter of time till it sinks, right? So I want people to be very cautious, and just a reversal pattern, some divergence at least at this level before you think about entry.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Be very cautious, and that is the one point I think we will agree on.
We all agree on, yeah.
And that's why I think a neutral stance makes more sense at this level until you get not a short bias. Neutral makes more sense at this level. Right, because the thing is, like, because it came so close, and let me just show you what I mean. Okay, because there's an example of a trade that I missed because of that. Now we can in hindsight say, yeah, you could have scaled in, you could have do that, and you'd be right. I could have done that, but I didn't. But that's not the point. The point is, like, if you look at the pound US dollar, you know about this bullish candle, right? This bullish candle that formed very close to the low of the range, that bullish hammer, that was the low, never touched the low of the range, of the lowest point of the range. And I was waiting for it to, that was the minimum level I was waiting for. And I had levels lower than that. And ideally, if I could get that level, then that would have been great. Never got it. Okay. Never got it. So, and then it just broke through. So, and you'll see this many times. Sometimes it will go just below the level and then start to reverse up. As you said earlier, it's just a level of interest. It's not an exact science. It's not going to go there to the pip or to the point before it starts to pull back or reverse. It's just a level of interest. Now, I personally like for price to just pierce through a little bit and then go back up. Okay, when it misses it, I'm like, there's like all sorts of doubts, and I'm like, it can go lower, It never did. So I'm not saying that's what we're going to see in Bitcoin, but do you understand that's why, because it came so close, that for me it's definitely not like neutral. It's my stance. The short bias is gone for now, unless proven otherwise in this high court today.
Right. So just to establish, I think people watching, the controversy is probably the difference, not between, I don't think we're too far apart in terms of just the basics of the TA. I think, to say bullish until at least I've seen a higher high or something like that, because and I think for traders paying attention, I think it's important to be that disciplined when you approach, especially in, ordinarily it would be like, oh yeah, Bitcoin's approaching this, I'm coming in, great, but it's not ordinary times. And I think trying to be disciplined by seeing just what we, I think it's Howard's influence rubbing off of me. Just trade what we see on the chart. And right now, Bitcoin's going to hell, right?
Right.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with that. But it's just like, it's very similar to this. I'll just reference the pound US dollar. If I see it's bouncing off this support level that was identified, yeah, right there. And now you see, okay, well, it's, long. The bias is long because you can see, it actually came to retest it. Your bias can be long, but you've got a resistance so close to it Do you understand what I mean? So it's like, is it really worth it? Because it may not even go there. I think, was it not Igor who took a trade? It didn't go all the way to a key level. It reversed much sooner than the key level. And it worked. Okay. So that can happen here as well. Who knows what can happen? Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
But
my
are
point is,
you talking about his short trade?
yeah, it's short trade.
Yeah. I mean, look,
I saw it. He showed it in the first session today. I'm not sure if he mentioned that. But he took it yesterday, so I'm not sure if he.
No, we talked about it yesterday, but you probably. I mean, it was a great trade, but that range below support on first inspection, of course. But if you actually look back, there's clear signs of a low liquidity zone there in the price action. So it could have been quantifiable. But I think he said himself, he kind of stepped outside of himself and his usual rule book to do that. And I think for me, I'm like, this is the weather. This is how the situation is. And therefore, my trading approach is extreme caution, which means, I mean, I've missed out on a couple of trades this week, like the ENA trade we were talking about last week, Jannie. It did the bearish retest, but it missed the specific resistance line by a couple of satoshis. But I did.
What's the word? Satoshis. Okay, yeah. Sorry, carry on.
You guys are hilarious.
But I didn't take it because if it was a different market, I might have chased it because it was just there. But because I'm really cautious and we don't know what's going to happen. If that fake news had dropped yesterday when I was doing that trade, it would have, So I think and I missed it. I missed the trade, right? Just like we all do. But I think it's better to be not in the market right now than to force it. And if you can find the ideal setup and it comes exactly where you want it to be, the train car pulls up right in front of you, then get on, of course. But if you have to walk a little bit and you have to run after it, not the time.
Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that. But yeah, I just wanted to get the point across and try to explain why I'm not bearish right now because of this massive support level. Yeah. Okay. And that's why I'm neutral, because I can see it looks still bearish, but it's like a typical classical massive contradiction. That critical point of what's
right
likely
there
to happen. It's right there. It's right there now. So this is a good point to be neutral, I think, and just wait for price action to just like get away from that level.
So I can lean to one side or the other for sure.
Yes, yeah, but so that's all I was trying to say. So I'm not short because of the exact same reason as I showed you now on the pound US dollar. There's not a lot of room unless you take really short-term positions all the way down, because there certainly is space for this to go lower. But it's going to be like really short-term trades, very conservative type of take profit levels. But the fact that it's already bounced off there, and you've talked about like you saw really strong support levels, just and price action just sliced straight through them. We got to bounce. That's very positive. It's not enough, but it does tell you that traders are reacting to this level.
Oh yeah, I mean, because it's long-term support, of course. But
it's long-term support.
What we're trying to talk about is there's always going to be buyers showing up there, right? But the army, the horde of buyers, which would be showing up in a more bullish context in the world, it's going to be less than that. And I think that's the problem. And when you're at what I get nervous about is because we know that once a trade has invalidated, it has a lot more work to do to recover. So because we're entering this area, we're starting to enter this zone, and I hope we don't go into it. I absolutely hope you're right, because ordinarily I'd be 100% with you. But I think because we're approaching this zone with very, very scary kind of issues happening in the market, if as there's a reduced amount of buyers coming up, and then we just get some bad timing with some news or some tweets or something, and it pushes it into past the invalidation line, then that's problematic. Because then if the bearish momentum keeps going, Bitcoin might not have enough energy to recoup. It may recover 2 months down the line very quickly if we get an ease, but that's the issue at the moment. I would have much preferred we had recaptured that upper level when we were last talking about this a couple of weeks ago, because then Bitcoin has got a buffer zone before that support. So that's the only thing which concerns me. And obviously, when we're talking to other traders, I want to just convey caution as well, because I had a student today just say he had just bought Bitcoin, and he's a great guy, but I'm like,
Right.
What are you doing?
yeah, just
that meme, Batman and Robin would say, "Didn't I tell you to wait for the bounce?"
I didn't quite present it like that.
You did it far worse.
But it's like when you're in a downtrend and you're asking yourself, where are the most buyers, right? There's buyers where we are now, but there's more, as you said, Jannie, your whole argument is there's more below. And I think that's where we need to be cautious, because it's the context. It's not the TA, it's the context which is worrying me.
Yeah. No, look, I fully agree with you, but I think we both agree that this is a dangerous area, and also at the same time a very, very critical area. So maybe we can expect some not clear price action. It could be a little bit messier, like that you very similar to what you see a lot of times around the 200 EMA. Then it's above, then it's below, then it's above, then it's below, and it kind of struggles, and you're like in a range there, and it doesn't want to make up its mind. So that's also a scenario. As I said earlier, you can draw up so many different scenarios. So again, it's just a matter of wait for price action to just do what it wants to do, and the picture will become clear, just like it did earlier. Okay, the picture will eventually become clear, and that's what you want to wait for. Just wait for the picture to become clear.
Yeah, and you're right. This tussle with the 200 MA on the daily. I showed a chart last week, I think, where we had a bit of correlation with historical action.
Yep, I did too.
I think it's just so this tussle does last a while. So you're right. It is a tussle with the 1 day, but so far Bitcoin lost its first battle with the 1 day. So
yeah. Like, I mean, no, okay. So I think we can talk about that all day long, but
that's what we're here for.
I feel like even though it sounds like we disagree, I think we actually agree.
Yeah, no, I agree. We agree to agree and disagree whenever we agree and disagree.
Yes. Okay,
Michael, we need to hear from you. Come on.
Yes. Funny enough, this is like my perfect opportunity here, because we were just mentioning the daily on the 200 EMA, right? Oh, let me share my screen first. I jumped right to it like I was already sharing. Where is this percents? Yes. So yeah, back to it. Yeah, this daily. I'll get to GU in a second. Let's start with Bitcoin since we're already here.
Where's your? Have you shared your?
Right.
Have you shared your screen yet? Yeah.
I said this. Is it showing up here yet?
Yeah, it is.
Thanks.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So yeah, just to kind of back this up just a bit, I think we talked about this. Maybe last week sometime. I forget when. But yeah, it's this whole thing for me, right? Once this happens, it's 5,200 cross. Mind you guys, for me, once it's 5,200 cross to the upside, because the 200 EMA is below and the 50 EMA is above, this is an uptrend for me, right? So we got that cross uptrend. We got this interaction here, this patterns, mini pattern off the 200 EMA, uptrend. We had another pattern here off the 200 EMA again, and this is the daily chart. So this is saying a lot, right? Uptrend. Right, we're literally at that same phase here. The only difference with this is that I think is that this last candle, let's scoot this up some. This last candle closed slightly below this area here, right? Slightly below. So it's kind of hard to tell if this is long or short. That's why I'm totally in agreement that I'm neutral. Like I don't know what this is just yet. Yes, I would surmise that this would make this same pattern that it did the last 2 times, right? With this same area going long, right? But it's not really doing that just yet. It's kind of right there, right? It hasn't really done anything just yet. And again, when I see the fact that this last candle has closed below this price, to me, that looks short now. But at the same time, this could totally come right back around, do some funny stuff, close above this 50 EMA. Now, once it closes above the 50, I'm no longer short, or I'm no longer neutral on this setup, this asset. I'm long at this point. And I'm expecting to take out these highs, which is already at 108, right? So this is I'm right in the middle. I don't know what to think about this just yet. I say short because it's broken this area.
Like
Sorry. No, you don't have to pick a side.
No, I have no idea.
Neutral's the way to go right now.
Hey, I'm fine.
Dude, I'm right in the middle.
It's fine. It won't affect us, Michael.
I love both you guys. I have no idea what this is doing right now. To me, this is right in the area where I'm just uncertain. I'm not long, I'm not short. I'm just watching this. I got these 2 levels. Again, obviously, if this closes above here, as I mentioned last week, which I can probably pull this down a little bit now, right? So now we're looking at price level around 91, right? If this gets around here and I get a close above this 50 EMA on a daily chart, I will be more long than short. I'm no longer neutral. I'm no longer short. I'm long. Like I totally think this is going to go long and take out these highs at, again, 108, right? Let's put a level there too, just to put that there. Now, on the other hand, like I just said, this just closed below this area here. It was so small. So small, right? So let's see. This area was right here. This technically closed right below it, guys. Like right below it. This was the close over here. And this closed slightly shorter. But it did give this long wick to the downside, as though it's a nice little gotcha suckers type of move there. I don't really know what that is. So I'm sitting in the middle between both of these. I don't really know. I will say my next 2 areas of probably support or resistance would be these 2 areas that I have drawn out now, which I would say one would be here, right? Oh, this actually is a little short. Let's do it more like that. Yeah. So whatever this area is, 71,000, right? This is like the next, I would say, logical area from over here on the daily. I'll just right, this area here, this not so much for me. This is kind of like funky. This is just like a little move it broke out of. I'm not really too into that. I'm looking more or less right here. This is 2 tops right here versus just 1. So this canceled that out for me. So that would be the first one. And then secondly would be this area right here, right? Which is, let's hope this doesn't get this low at 52,000. Which is right as of right now would be a nice bounce off this 800 EMA on the daily chart. I think at that point, everyone will see a buy one, get one free, 50% discount on Bitcoin, and everyone should jump into this. But as we all know, Bitcoin kind of does its own thing. So it's kind of hard to really tell like what really happened. I'm not going to even draw anything lower than 52,000, to be honest, until we get to 71 or 52. These are my next 2 key levels. As far as if this doesn't go long at 91, I'm long, right? Now, mind you guys, there's one huge thing here that I just want to point out. For me, you guys know I am with this pattern here. Once I see this 5,200, they're doing this today. This 1350 cross here, right? We got this nice M pattern, right? going long. I mean, short. Now, what I always say is I don't want it to touch the 200, which it did, because this could easily make a W pattern, close back above, and continue to go long. You know, maybe do something like this and take out those highs. But right now, it's so hard to really tell like what this really is. This looks short and long to me. In any other setup, I'm passing. There's no trade for me. I can't tell if it's long or short. The only extra, I would say, incentive that Bitcoin has is the fact that we know how many people and companies or institutions are behind this, right? So you would like to think that this is not going to go much lower than what it already has. But hey, it totally could do that. It could definitely, instead of going long and taking out these two levels here, it could bounce off this level and go long, you know, or bounce off this level and go long. We never really know. So for me, I'm just watching this. I'm not doing anything with it. I don't know what the hell is going on with it. It's just kind of there.
It's not. Yeah, it's just not clear. That's the point. It's not clear, and you just have to wait for it to become clear. That's it. You know.
Yeah.
Just
Simple as that. It literally, if I had to force and say 50, like, is it long or short? I would give some super close number and say I'm 51 long and 49 short. Like, it would be that close, and that's a gamble at that point. Like, this is nothing. Like any other time, if this wasn't the daily and it was a regular setup that I'm looking at, and I saw this pattern, I wouldn't know what this is. I would say I'm cash. I don't know. I'm right in the middle. I will wait for price actions to actually see what's going on, whether it broke below this level or above, right? And just to kind of close it out, as I always say, let me take all of this off. This does look like, just possibly, that this EMA here, right, the 50 and the 200 could cross. And at this point, I'm definitely short. But we don't know. It's just too far away. We could have one huge candle that just jumps up here, right? Or we can have a candle that just kind of, you know, plays around, right? And then jumps up here. We don't know. I have no idea what is going on.
Bitcoin likes to do that. Right now. That would be in keeping with Bitcoin's.
Yeah.
You know, it likes to dip down, have liquidity, and run for sure under normal circumstances. So yeah, that would be the ideal scenario.
Yeah, I just to add something, Paul and Michael, is if you look at like how the market sold off with the recent news event, the tariffs and so on, Bitcoin actually held really, really well compared to the other markets. So it almost, I'm not sure what the stats are. Maybe you have a look, or not a look. Maybe you have details about the numbers. But the Bitcoin investors are not selling. They do not they're not getting rid of their Bitcoin. So those are also things that you just kind of have to keep at the back of your mind. They're not giving up on the belief of Bitcoin. I don't think this is a big drop compared to what we saw on the NASDAQ for sure.
No, you're right. And
of course, we'll get into that in a second. And there's too many people, right? Like let's just say like any other currency pair, you're not really actively investing into that long term. If anything, you're more, you know, day trading. There's guys who are at this level. It's at 80, 76,000. They bought in at 50, 40, 30. They don't care, you know, what's going on just yet. They're not panicking just yet. And this is why we see this strong support level, even off of here.
The data has supported that throughout March and the start of the year. But I think, as you said, yet underline.
Yeah. Now, obviously, we all seen the movie The Big Short. We all seen Dumb Money, right? At some point, I'm sure it will get to a point where they're like, you know what? I don't think this is right anymore. Maybe everyone changes their entire sentiment and says, hey, this is some big propped up Ponzi that just lasted for a long time. We never really know. If this thing drops to 70, to 50, gets to 30, I mean, at what point we have these huge institutions with billions, you know, invested into this asset? At what point are they going to be like, you know what, let's cut our losses. We got punched in the mouth, we got beat up. Let's reevaluate the books and keep it moving. That could totally happen, especially with an administration like this. Do I think that'll happen? To be honest, no, I don't think that. But what I think doesn't matter. We got to look at the TA and kind of let all this play out and kind of see, what really happens from here. But as of right now, this is looking like it's at that perfect level.
I think the interesting point, which you guys has kind of made, is that when we talk about, well, it's not ready to think about 50K, 40K yet. I think the question we have to ask ourselves is, how many of these ETF funds have asked themselves that question, right?
Yeah. Like, am I wrong on this play? I'm sure they're thinking about that. I'm sure they are.
I think that's, because I haven't started thinking that way until recently in terms of my investments and, getting some so I can have a bit more flex, moving them off like cold wallets. So I've got a bit more flexibility, and we just don't want to get to that point. So I hope your scenario plays out. I do, for sure.
Yeah, me too. Now they have much invested in this, right? I'm just hoping it goes too. Please don't do that. This would be like, I don't know. This is almost like everyone saying the sky is blue and we all believe it. And then somehow the color of the sky officially changes to green. Like, what? Like, oh, because of the light, the way it reflects and this and that, the sky is actually green. Is like, my entire life I thought the sky was blue when I look up at it. To make me think that it's green, that's going to take a lot.
But it is possible.
I want to point these out.
It is possible to convince you the sky is green.
If you give me a good enough example and say, hey, it's kind of like the whole thing where everything you see isn't straight up, it's reflected and upside down, and because of the light and the color spectrum or whatever, it's like, give me a good enough example, I guess, maybe. But I don't know. I'm still gonna think that it's blue. But at the end of the day, if everyone in the world is saying that this is green and I'm the only one saying it's blue, I'm gonna have to think maybe I'm tripping, right?
Well, you want to continue that metaphor, right? Obviously, light refraction, blue wavelengths, blah blah blah. But as you know, as it gets closer to the horizon, it turns red.
Yeah, that's energy leaving the Earth.
Yeah. Whatever you guys say, right? Give me enough detail on it. I don't know. It's almost like the same thing with the blood in your veins. Like, oh, your blood's not really red, it's green. Like, once it hits the dotted line, it's green. I'm like, well, when people bleed out, it's red. I've never seen green blood anywhere. But
honestly, Michael, I would love to sit down on a couch and have a philosophical discussion with you about random things. I would love it. It'd be fantastic.
Seriously.
Michael, it would be interesting to just to get your take on the pound US dollar. What's your take on the pound US dollar?
Let's do pound next, and then we'll hit to what was it? S&P. The S&P. Yeah. So I know a lot of people saw this. Oh, this is the daily. Let's get to the 1 hour. Yeah, I know a lot of people saw this. For me, this wasn't nothing, right? Like, just the way my setup is, I need more than this. I didn't like how this set in this range for I don't even know how long.
I think it was about 3 weeks or something.
Yeah, I don't. This is what I don't like here. This is way too long of a range for me. To me, I call this chop. I can't. My setup, my strategy doesn't work good with chop. This is nothing for weeks and weeks and weeks. Let's look at the first date. Yeah, March 5th, right? So almost a month. Well, more than a month and 3 days. This thing just chopped and chopped and chopped and chopped in the same area. Finally broke above, right? Which clearly was just a fake out. Everyone went long here. Obviously, the short-term traders going long, they made a little bit of money, but long-term, this really wasn't it. Like, I just don't like this short second leg here. I would have wanted to see it come up higher and then go down for something, right? And then in addition to that, I just didn't like how close this 800 EMA was. So I don't even know what my entry would have been on something like, would have been on something like this. Like this is just...
Yeah, it's very difficult. Very difficult.
Yeah, this is like just too much. Because even if you would have, right?
It's almost like the chase is on kind of trade.
It is. This is too much.
Yeah.
What would you have put? Like, what would you have done with something like this? Like, you know, your risk to reward is backwards, super backwards. Because for me, the 800 EMA would have been my break even point, if anything. Like, I wouldn't want to try to play with that this is going to continue to go lower, which it did. And technically, it wouldn't have took me out of break even. It would have continued to go. But that's a gamble. I wouldn't want to touch something like this. Even if you move this all the way down here, right? Let's say you moved it up here. You were close to a 1-for-1, but not really, right? Like, not really. Maybe if you, and again, this is something I wouldn't have done, so this is hindsight, but yeah, I can't even make up something with this. Like, this was nothing for me. Once this came up like this, and then I seen this, actually, let me take this off. And I've seen this 5,200 cross here to the downside. I'm looking more for shorts, like you mentioned earlier, Jannie. Like, I'm looking for some type of retest of this area and going back short. But the thing would be this huge 800 EMA in the way. So I would need to close below this if my stop above here was good. And then my TP could be here. This could still play out. Like, this could totally still happen. I'll be interested in the move then. And then my RSI line, my market baseline with my TDI will still need to go above this static line and come back down for my reload, right? I'll be interested in the moves then. But anytime before this, anything on the left, I see this, but I'm not interested in it at all. This is nothing for me. It's way too much going on here. Way too many EMAs in the way. It's way too much range to the left. And I look to the left. That whole area that I just marked out for the range, they just been collecting contracts for such a long time that I don't want to play with that at all. Like, not at all. Let's just put this.
Yeah, and then they collected some more with the breakout.
Yeah, that's
selling to all the buyers right at the top.
Yeah, I'm straight on that whole setup.
See, the only thing that I don't know if that was just a rough drawing. Oh, Andre's there. Hey, Andre, nice to see you, man. Jannie, your Bitcoin chart looks like Spider-Man's web. Yeah, it does. It's actually from all the previous kind of, some of the lines have been there for some time now, so I probably need to clean it up a bit. But thanks for the compliment. Right. Spider-Man, you could have said something worse.
He said you got a lot of jewelry on your chart.
I'll take Spider-Man, definitely. What I was going to say, Michael, is like you just draw that level. Maybe you would just like do a rough drawing, but if you like do that right back into the range, do you think or where would your resistance area be that you'd be interested in? Or because in the middle of the range like where would your level of interest lie? Would it be towards the bottom of that range that we've been in for such a long time?
Yep.
Yeah.
Probably around here. Yeah, so I will if I was to see something like this, like a nice move off of this, and then back to the downside, right? Again, my close, I wouldn't take this trade until it closed below this 800 EMA here. That's for sure, because it can.
Oh, that's the McDonald's setup. That's the McDonald's setup.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, you also get that.
That's the McDonald's setup.
I saw that on there was a beautiful McDonald's setup. If you open the Dow Jones, which is the US 30. I don't know if you can do that. You'll see that. That's
I got that on my chart. So see, this makes more sense, right? Now we're talking about a 1 for almost 1.5. This makes much more sense. Let me see some type of pattern off of this 200 EMA to the downside. Let it close below this 800 EMA. Stops go above here. My target could be down here at about, what is this? 2660. That's more like it. I'll be interested in something like this. But anything before that, this is nothing. Nothing.
Look, I would approach this from, firstly, I'm not loving that trade. Sorry, McDonald's, I'm not. But if you look at
and again, this is why it's so difficult.
How can you not make love in that trade?
Hey, everyone loves McDonald's.
Sorry.
Sure. What I would do,
McDonald's in ages.
this sort of I feel like you're lying. This
I don't even know where McDonald's is. I live in Mexico. We have McDonald's about 35, 40 minutes away, maybe. I eat tacos. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
That
I
makes
mean,
sense.
look, this is obviously a no trade off the top, but
Yeah.
what I would say to people paying when they've got these by a huge bearish signal, find the point of invalidation. So saying we're in a bearish context now, find the point where the bearish context would be over, right? Just like you've done, right? And then that's the area you're either looking to short or wait to long from.
Yeah, like in Bitcoin, for example.
You guys are hilarious. You guys are hilarious. Moving on to moving on to the S&P.
I'm muting my mic.
All right, guys. So I got a confession to make. I made this confession yesterday, but I'm gonna make it again today. Right? I came in with such a strong bias on I was on a 15-minute chart on the S&P on Monday that I almost turned into an amateur trader, like out of nowhere. I don't even know what happened. Where was this thing? I think this was over here. Oh, it's right here. I see it. It's right here. Okay, so yeah. I came in with such a strong bias trying to take this short off this key level here, right? So I just want to add some context. I mentioned this yesterday to Aymane and to Sam, right? So when I draw my setup, right, for me, this is an M, right? When the first leg and the second leg come within what I like to call 7 to 10 pips or points, depending on what it is, or 70 to 100 points on the indices. If it's close like this is an M, right? All day, every day, this is an M. However, if I have a setup that looks like this, where the first leg comes up here and the second leg comes up here and it's short, I need price to break below this area like this to take the trade. I can't take it how I would normally take this one, right? So the left side is an M, the right side is not an M. I call it a half a bat. It's like a separate,
it's like a lazy M or something. Yeah,
it's short. Like this doesn't come the full way. So in that context, on the M, I can take the trade when it breaks right at this level, right? I can take the trade right here. But on something like this, I guess I'll take this off. It's too long. Yeah, let me just take this off. That looks too funny. Yeah, so I can take it right there, right? But on something like this, I need it to close below this area here, right? So these are two. It looks the same, but it's actually not. Like the second leg doesn't come up as far as it needs to, right? So that's the preface. And then when I seen this, right, I saw this yesterday, and I saw this pattern here, right? This doesn't really give me the M. I needed this to come below this area. So I can't take it. How can I say this? I can't take the trade, even though price closed. If you look really close, price did close below the 13 EMA here on this candle. But that's not really, it didn't come as high as I would have needed to. So I needed to close below there, which was this area here, right? So I technically couldn't take this trade until it closed below this area, right? So I took this yesterday. I had my stops above here, right? And I targeted this low, right? Which was so short of 1-for-1. I can't lie, guys. I broke a rule yesterday. Well, I broke two. For one, I came in too heavy with the bias that everyone's going to short the S&P on Monday, right? And I'm like, I'm about to do it too. I can't just miss this. The currency pairs for me were all over the place. It was either too high or too low, so I didn't have much action on currency pairs. So I was looking at S&P, and I seen this, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to just short it from here. Crazy enough, I shorted this, and literally, as it moved a little bit in my favor, I'm like I finally caught on. I'm like, what the hell am I doing right now? I was like, what, Mike, what setup is this? There's no setup here. This is what I call MSU. I'm making stuff up, right? There's no setup. I came in here with a strong bias that this was going to be short because everyone else is going to be shorting it and the news and everything, right? And I finally woke up and I told myself, I'm like, all right, let me just get it to here. It got to this area. I'm like, all right, move your stop loss to break even at least at this point. So I moved my stop to break even, and I finally came back to my senses, and I said, what are you doing right now? Your bias is way too strong for you to be in this trade. You already broke a rule. I jumped in this trade at 9:15. The market didn't open until 9:30. I jumped in 15 minutes early, and I finally came back. I said, what are you doing right now? I don't even know what's happening. And I'm like, all right, let me snap out of this. My stops got moved to break even. I'm like, well, worst case scenario, I just won't make any money. If it take out these lows, I'll be good to go. And of course, it never did. This very nice candle came up and smoked me, took me out at break even, grabbed everyone who went short here, and I immediately told myself, and that's exactly why you can't do that, right? I turned to an amateur trader for like 15, 30 minutes yesterday, guys. Just being totally honest.
Yeah,
and
there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but it's so rare that happens to me because you guys see I trade the daily chart. The hour chart for the most part. So I need a lot of confluence for me to really take a setup. So this is totally out of what I would normally do. But luckily, I got saved, right? I came to my senses before this took me out, and I was already at break even. But yeah, I didn't make any money on this setup yesterday. Literally, I had it at +1, +2. So it was basically a break even yesterday. But yeah, I came in with such a strong bias on Monday. I saw this, no setup, jumped in early and everything, guys. And I'm like, what am I doing? So luckily, if this wouldn't have had a closed candle red, I probably would have lost on this trade, right? So luckily, I did come to my senses quick enough in 15 minutes to say, hey, at least move your stops to break even. If it takes out this low, great. If it doesn't, at least you won't lose any money, right?
Yeah,
good.
Sure enough, very nice candle.
Sorry, Michael, just to interrupt you there. Got a question from me and also from Andre. Andre wants you to move over to the pound US dollar. So just before you do that, just on this chart quickly, what was your take on the ATR yesterday? Did you also find that you had to trade smaller?
Exactly. So I didn't even mention that. I took a smaller position on this trade because it was, yes. And that's how I knew I was tripping. I shouldn't have ever even been in this trade. Like literally. It was already way too low, the ATR. And look. So just check this out. This is what I mean. When I said that this barely made a point, right, to this low, it didn't even make it. Like, This was not a good setup at all, right? This was way too low for me. This was like way past what I would call level 3. Imagine me drawing my pattern and I'm doing something like this. Whoops. Whoa, why is this doing this? Oh, okay. I'm doing a pattern like this, how I always do, right? And I'm just doing something like this. And it just continues to go down. And I'm trying to trade something over here. Like, I would never, ever do that. I just came into the bias so strong that everyone's going to be shorting this, and I didn't want to miss it, right?
That's pretty much the pound US dollar at the moment, right?
Yep. It's not right. So yeah, I just wanted to share this yesterday. I had a rookie moment yesterday, guys, which is luckily I didn't get smoked in this trade, like, right? I would have lost 5K on this trade had it actually smashed me.
Oh man.
Well, as I said, good save. But yeah, look, we all do it. But one of the things which I find checks myself in these situations, and I'm pretty sure I make more mistakes than you, Michael. But it's like when you just take a step back, and then you'll see, like, yeah, we don't short the bottom, do we? And then you're okay. But when you've got that bias and you've got this, whatever you're feeling, FOMO of any kind, and there's a lot of emotion for traders at the moment, you do make those mistakes. And that's kind of why a lot of traders, like we all do, we have these rules where we just don't trade for a couple of weeks because we're trying to stop ourselves pulling ourselves away from the laptop, you know?
Yes. Yes. Not it being funny, I can't even remember the last time I had a day like this. I just got so consumed with, the market sold off heavy on Friday. These tariffs, I just know I know S&P is going to go short, and it never did. It never even came back to this level, right? So this was a rule that I broke, but also it reinforces your trading plan, which to me, the moral of the story was, don't do that. You know better already. Don't do that. Don't come in with a strong bias like that. Don't stick to your trading plan. And this is exactly why this is a strong reminder of, I told you don't do that.
Michael, I know you do a lot of reels, and I do a lot of shorts too. I'm starting to do that, but I think this should be your thing. You be like, don't do that, and then it shows something else, and you're like, don't do that, and then I think that's going to be your catchphrase, my friend.
Don't do that.
Yeah. So you can make one of about self-discipline. So you're struggling with it. Have you ever thought of getting yourself like one of those straight jackets?
No. Jannie,
with like a time release thingy. It's like, I'm not ready for the next hour. You get yourself into the straight jacket.
Right. I slowly come out of the jacket. Room.
Don't do that with Michael at Ola Prime. It's going to be fantastic.
Sorry, Michael. I think we just need to address Andre's question there. He's asking you a question about the US dollar. So I'm just see
where were we? Yeah, GU. What's the question? What did he ask?
Do you think GBP USD could go to 1284?
Correct, to
1284 GU. Let's see.
Yeah, do you think it could go to 1284? Yeah, correct to 128 and then follow to 130.
128.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Could it go to 128 400? Yeah, 1284.
2840. Okay. So 2840. Could this go to 2840? Where's 2840? Are you serious? 2840. I can already tell that. Yeah. I'm gonna say hell yeah. Actually, it could. Remember, I drew this up earlier.
Yeah, I think he joined a little bit later, so that's why.
Oh, okay. So
he may have missed it. Yeah.
2840. Absolutely. This is actually what I would be looking at in essence, right? So slightly lower. I think I drew this maybe instead of 2840. I think maybe whatever price that is. What is this? 28. Let's do 2880. Maybe something closer to that, right? Because once this, again, I'll draw this again. Once I see this 5200 cross here, I'm looking for price to come up here. Man, why is this doing this today? And do something like this, right? And then drop back down to this level. So I will be looking for more on the higher side, around 2880 instead of 2840. This is a little low. And again, it's right at the 800 EMA. This is where I said, be careful. You want this to close below this price. Because if price made this pattern and it closed above the 800 EMA, I wouldn't take the trade yet. I would need it to close below the 800 EMA, which the 800 EMA is pretty much right at that level right now. Well, 28.47, right? 44, somewhere around there. See, I'll be looking for something like this, more or less. But I would say a little bit. I would give it about 20 pips higher. You said 40. I'm saying 80. It's like a little 40 pip room there to actually make that come up. Because what also has to happen is it's not just this pattern. This TDI, how this is at the bottom here, right? The market baseline is below. We need to see price come above for the reload here. So when that does come above, it's going to more than likely go above this 2840 mark. It'll probably come around. It might even come all the way up here, right? Like all the way up here to 2920, right? So obviously I can't tell exactly what price is going to come to, but I'll be looking for something more along those lines. Like highest, I think, is right here at this yesterday's high, 2933. It looks like. So one of these 3 points So I say all that to say yes, yes, it comes to that point.
Yeah, I think Andre, your the correction that you've mentioned there, going from 1.28 to 1.2840, correct to 1.28. That's only a 40 pip move. That's a very small move.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, you're gonna have your entry's got to be really spot on to catch that move. That's a very, very small move. But I think in the if you go even if it does go back up to that lower, that level 1.286, I think that's also, that level's a bit low. 1.286 is the real resistance. But we know it doesn't mean it's going to go right to that level. But the difference between 1.286 and 1.284 is only 20 pips. Very small difference between the two. So, but when it does go there, and you see your bearish rejection there, again, your entry's got to have to be spot on to take that one. And then your profit target is, you can't really aim for price to go much lower, because you are, we're just that is a strong support area, And then if you look at the longer term bias, what is your bias, by the way? If you go to the 4 hour and you zoom out, I don't know. Well, I can probably just quickly show on my chart if you don't mind, Michael.
Yeah, you go ahead. So just really quick, I will be looking for this, something like this.
Oh, wait, I removed you. Wait. Oh, let me just
my bad.
There you go. You're back.
We were looking more for, once this 800 and this 200 cross. I mean, we're already short for sure. But yeah, just be careful that 800 EMA on a 1 hour chart. You want that close below. I will be looking for something like this more than anything. So that entry price will be about 28.40, right? So maybe somewhere around there. But it needs to make some type of interaction off this 200 first. But yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah. So no, I just wanted to add something. Yeah. Where do I do? Yeah. So what I was saying. No, I'm not there. Okay. Yeah, so 1.2860. I'm just going to show you what that looks like on the chart. 1.28. You did say 1.2840. Okay. So 1.2840. And then another one at 1.2860. No, 1.28. 1.28. Right. You see that? That is the move you want to try to catch. That's why I say that's a very, very, very tiny move. So you got to be dead accurate, unless you don't have a stop loss and you're absolutely convinced it's going to go to your take profit, which I do not recommend. But if you do get back, to this, I'm not sure why you identified the 1.2840. What's that based on? Maybe because look, I mean, I don't claim to spot all the levels. I've seen Igor identify key resistance levels. I didn't even kind of pick that up. So that's not. I'm not claiming anything like that. But this makes more sense, right? The 1.286 level makes more sense. With a 1.28, you've got a bit more room there, 60 pips. But then you got to make sure you'll take your loss or your risk is not more than 30 pips. Otherwise, I mean, go play some golf with Michael. Michael likes golf. Was it Michael that plays golf?
No,
but
anyway,
Igor was so aspirational.
So but if it does go, this is also a tricky one, because if it does hit the resistance there, it comes back down. What's your bias on the longer? Because this is not enough. This is not enough just to look at one time frame, to say the 4 hour and go, yeah, okay, it's going to go back up there, and we want to go short. What's your long term bias? Because what's another thing forming here? It's a higher low, coming off a very strong support level. So what is your bias here really? I wouldn't be surprised if the bias, for me, the bias is still long, believe it or not. The bias is still long, even though we broke those levels. It's not enough for me to say, yeah, you see these levels? I mean, it hit quite a few times now, and we're there again. If we break this level, then I would say maybe the picture changes. But if we break this low, this is the 4-hour time frame, so it's not that, it's not like, I'm not talking about months and months. It can reach this level pretty quickly. But the buyers, just remember the context here. We had a 2 times ATR move, like there was a 200 pip move, and then a 300 pip move down, and the next day was another 200 pip move. They're not normal, right? Yeah. So where is normal? So you almost need to kind of keep that in mind when you look at this chart, and don't lose sight of that, okay? Because that was an abnormal move and it did distort the picture a little bit. But if you just keep that in mind and keep sight of the bigger picture, I would say this trend is still going up. Yeah. Right.
Well,
anyway.
I think we're probably out of time. I'm sorry, I haven't had a chance to show any setups, but I think but there's going to be a top altcoin picks video coming out on Primex a bit later. But do you mind if I just share my screen just for the last 30 seconds? Because I think it probably sums up our conversation on Bitcoin earlier. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. The time starts now.
Yeah. Where's the noise? So look, this is Bitcoin 12 hour. It's an inverse cup and handle, right? And this is obviously a super bearish pattern, but then obviously if we break down from here, we're running straight into support. And I think this is the problem at the moment, the neutral stance we're talking about, right? Because this is bearish, right? But this, we've got a load of buyers coming on. So how can you trade that? You just need to wait, right? So
that's it. I was just saying, yeah. I mean, good timing. I think he took 32 seconds, but we're not going to penalize you for that.
I am trying to be as efficient as possible.
All right, guys. But yeah, always great to see you, Paul and Michael.
Of course. I always have a good time with you guys. Too many laughs.
yeah, likewise.
Y'all take it easy.
But, Robert, right, Andre, all the rest of the viewers, have a good evening. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Thanks, guys.
All right, guys. Take it easy.
Hello, everyone. Howard,
Hey.
Aymane, how
Hi,
are
guys.
you guys doing?
All
Hello,
good.
guys.
How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad, thanks. How's your trading day been?
On my side, a little bit up, a little bit down.
Yeah.
Started off pretty good. Did pretty much the same trade on the euro as I did yesterday. Early strength, sold into it on the pullback. Let me just present my screen if
Yeah,
I may, 1
absolutely.
second. Yeah, just to show you what I would.
Definitely.
Here we go.
All right. You
shortly.
are up on stage. There you go.
There we go. Yeah, so basically, so what I did, pretty much the same sort of thing as yesterday, and I think in fact the day before, where we got that. This is the in pink. It's basically midnight to 7 o'clock in the morning my time. So let's call it like an early range, as opposed to an opening range.
Right.
So the European guys, they come in, they buy the break of it, and it looks like it's going up, and then it reverses, and it kind of that's really when I like to attack it. So breaks through the top of the early range, reverses back into it, and the trend is still down. So for me, it's looking for the trap, the buyers to come in to get trapped, and then hitting it for the resumption of the kind of the recent downtrend. So that one is quite good. I think I hit it on the way down. As it started to break down through this minor support, took the profits around this kind of little cluster down here, a bit of support coming in there. Did the same thing on sterling dollar cable, although it didn't quite, it wasn't quite as weak as the euro today, I think. But yeah, but similar kind of trade as yesterday, the same kind of thing where early range breaks through the top in the European session, and they run out of steam, and then it turns around, and then the real trend begins. And that pattern is, I think you see that quite a bit in the stock market as well, don't you? You get that kind of
absolutely, yeah. Like you know, you'll always see that the Asian session high or low gets taken out. Quick liquidity grab, and then a reversal. That's very common as well. Yeah. So awesome. And you're right. It's happened, 3 days in a row for you here on the euro. So
yeah,
really nice.
It's just being patient and waiting for that kind of you get the breakout and then just wait for it to fail. If it doesn't fail, it doesn't fail. But if it does, then you've got yourself a nice setup.
Yeah, absolutely. No, really good stuff.
Yeah.
What about you, Aymane?
Yeah.
Actually, today I missed my trade on the NQ. I will show it now, and I took one trade on gold today.
Oh, you're branching out. Gold. What possessed you to trade gold? I have to ask.
Actually, I was trading gold before. I just want to focus just on NQ, but I saw one good opportunity and I jumped in. So, but let's start first, like overlook for this week. Like if you remember, like last week, let's say we had similar pattern. Like this is last week candles. This is the daily time frame. Like we had a Monday, Tuesday, and let's say Wednesday push, and then we had the reversal on let's say end of the day Wednesday, and Thursday, Friday we had continuation. So like I said it in like the yesterday afternoon meeting with Paul, like we could have similar pattern like we had now. Let's say it's sort of same pattern. We have big candle here at the end, Friday big candle here also, took previous week, we are pushing up. We could have similar pattern, like we could expect Wednesday, like Thursday, Friday continuation to this zone right here. So we saw like crazy increase of volatility those last especially yesterday was insane volatility. Like it's the first time in one session I see the 16K, I see the 17K, I see the 18K. So for me it was a little bit like for sure I switched to micros yesterday, and even today on gold I traded micros, because for the setup, for the setup on the NQ. And actually it's funny because I checked the ES also, and it happened in ES, it didn't happen in NQ. Basically, like
we had like at the opening, we had like, let's say bullish momentum. And I was waiting for this week here, this week to get taken out and have this pattern, this reversal pattern here. And the funny thing is we didn't break this week here, but on ES, we had the perfect, example. We are sitting on a supply, the same zone like on NQ. You can see it here on a supply. We took this previous week, like let's say bullish candle, took the previous week, closed bearish and had continuation. On NQ, I missed it, but it's okay. So on gold, I took one trade on gold, and I entered basically somewhere here. It was a little bit risky, but I was based only on this candle right here. We are sitting on this supply zone. If you can see, like this candle here, it took this previous candle. So for me, this is a supply. But I liked what I saw in the footprint. If I can show the recording, I didn't record the trade. I forgot, but I record after I closed the trade.
No problem.
So it's let's share entire screen window. Oh yeah, here. Okay. Can you see?
Yes,
we can see. Just coming through. Yeah.
Okay. Now this is NQ. So basically, like this is the 1 hour zone I draw. I like what I saw on the footprint. I took some profit up here when it came here, but after like it returned back to my entry point. So basically I was based on the 1 hour, and I had my 5 minutes confirmation here. On the footprint, you can see here we had good cluster, like minus 100, 282 lower here, and then you see the price going higher. The one thing I didn't like much is the delta. Maybe it's not clear here on the recording. The delta was negative and we were going higher, but I was expecting it because we are already sitting in a supply. So yeah. And then we had this big push. I took some profit up here, and then like it returned back and it took me at my entry point here. So it was it was okay trade.
Yeah, very good trade.
Very good.
Nice little bullish position. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Very nice.
But on NQ, I was too patient. I said, okay, I will wait for this week to like the price to take this week and then take the reversal.
You were waiting for the reversal then?
Yeah, I was waiting for the reversal.
See, I had no idea the reversal was about to happen. I'll show you. Luckily, my trade went well. Again, the footprint saved me. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, I had no idea that the reversal would happen just yet, because it didn't reach a zone that I had marked out. So my trade was a bullish position, and I basically got in. I did record it, so I'll show that in a minute. I think I got in around here somewhere, and I got out, I think, like around there, and I had a really tight stop. That was basically my trade. But my target was actually this area here. It was this area I thought the reversal will happen. And we got close, but I could tell that as we were around here, the reason I got out the market was just like the buyers were struggling to push it up. And normally once you break, I had this little, heavy selling zone here on the footprint, which I kind of drew out. Once you normally break that kind of those heavy sellers, the market starts moving up nicely, but it was really struggling. So I started getting a bit like this isn't going to work. I don't think it's actually going to go to my take profit. But I didn't expect it to reverse right away like it did. And what a reversal. Again, no idea, like did not expect it to go all the way this far down. Maybe, maybe around here or at most here, and then we see like a bit of sideways movement. What's happening now? I mean, this market is really in the last few days has been surprising me. Like, where was it the other day? Oh, what's going on? I have no idea what's happening. Oh, there we go. My mouse just had a mind of its own. I wasn't moving, and it just moved everything. But yeah, like even on the other day, yesterday, again, I got very lucky. I shorted the market here, got out just at the right zone. I put my take profit, just didn't put it at the low, put it at the next gap in volume. And then this move up, like I was expecting a move up, but not that. And I was expecting a move down once we get here, but not this strong either. So it's very later in the day, something big happens. It's very, the market's surprising. But let me show you the recording. I'll just quickly pop that up, present entire screen.
Like, I don't mean to interrupt you, Sam. Just like there is what happened like this afternoon is this additional China tariff starts at 12 a.m. Eastern Time, April 9, U.S. official Fox. So,
right, I did hear China's added tariffs as well, and they're in a bit of a feud right now with the US, but we'll see what happens. But this is the trade. So we entered a zone. Well, we got into, now this is where it got a little bit confusing, but basically we entered this. No, it wouldn't have been that. It would have been here. This area here. Okay, we came back down, so I'm expecting a push up from it. So I'm just waiting for those buyers to really come in with some aggression. You can see the sellers are still very aggressive. I'm waiting for those buyers to start coming in. I'm looking at the gap in volume, and I realize that the gap in volume has now moved down to here. So before it was here, this was the gap in volume. Now it's actually here. So I adjust that zone because it's still in play. It's just kind of moved. So now we're in that gap in volume, and I'm really just looking for those, buyers to come in a bit aggressively. Takes a little bit of time. I think they start coming in quite aggressive now. So yeah, I'm starting to see slowly bigger numbers coming in. These sellers were getting absorbed. So I entered 2 positions. And it does take a bit of time to play out this one. This is a 27-minute recording, so I am going to forward it a bit. I do enter another position then once we get a bit of buyers coming in. And I skipped over where I put my stop. So I put my stop really tight, just below the last 1-minute candle. So really, really tight stop. My take profit originally was at the last high, but then I do later on move it to that next zone because I started getting a bit greedy and thought, actually, you know what? I'm going to target something a bit more special. I think the bulls have got it up until there, so why not? Let's see what happens. I do enter another position here somewhere. I just entered it, I think. Yeah, I entered it because, again, we just saw some heavy buying coming in. The buyers seem to be able to push the market up easier than the sellers are able to push it down. We're in that gap in volume. There's going to be some kind of rejection here. Now I really just want to keep my eye on the market and make sure that the rejection is strong enough and the buyers, come in with a bit more aggression. That gap in volume has now moved up to the top, which isn't a great sign. So it's now switched from here, and now technically this is the gap in volume. So as we trade into it, we're going to find sell pressure come in. So I'm really keeping my eye out on this trade, noticing that. But we get close with still. I'm happy. I'm kind of hovering my finger over the close button because I'm thinking, these buyers going to do it. Maybe I got in a bit too early, but I'm just looking at the numbers. How are they actually reacting? I'm looking at essentially, what I want to see is if the numbers are getting bigger, smaller, and to which side, and how if the market's moving in the correct direction, if that makes sense. Nothing really to see on the depth of market, really low numbers, nothing too special. So I'm just kind of keeping my eye on the market. It's really, the buyers are, the sellers are pushing the buyers down quite a bit, but it does look like the buyers have more oomph to them, if that makes sense. I'm still holding on to the trade. It does start moving up quite nicely. Eventually, we start getting to that last kind of high area where my original take profit was. I got my finger on the exit button. We do pull back a little bit, but I'm still kind of happy. I'm seeing, look, there's a lot of selling going on, but these buyers, I think I'm still very confident. I'm happy with, you know, if we start dipping below, I'll just get out and then jump in again at a better price. But we never actually really go into tiny bit of drawdown, but nothing too major. So I'm still waiting. I'm still seeing those buyers coming in, buyers coming again. And now they're attempting to break that high again. And this time again, I've got my finger always on the exit button, just in case. If they can't do it this time, then I'm out. I'll just take my profit. But what happens is basically the sellers try to push them down, but they really don't do anything. Like tiny, tiny little candle. This is where I'm starting to grow a bit more confidence now that we're going to break through these highs. Eventually, the high does get broken. So that blue line is the high. There we go. Broke it with a nice, big, heavy, you know, buying. So now I'm feeling quite confident that my take profit is going to get hit, as long as this momentum doesn't now slow down. Normally, it should be nice and easy after this part. It's done the hard part now, so to speak. But what you will see as I fast forward it is just the sellers keep coming. They just keep coming in. And the buyers can't seem to be pushing up much higher. You know, they keep trying it. The sellers keep coming in, which at this point, I'm starting to lose confidence in the trade, because if they're struggling to break up higher now, after they broke the high, is this now potentially a trap? We have a lot of money on the line from the buyers here. Are these buyers getting trapped? Am I one of these buyers now, essentially? I know I bought much further down, but I'm placing myself, basically I'm asking myself the question, if I bought here, you know, at this high, at this breakout, if I bought here, would I be feeling confident about this trade? And the answer in this moment was probably not, actually. I wouldn't feel too confident, because we're expecting a bit more of a move, and it's just not happening. The sellers are really, you know, they're not giving up. So I give it a few more minutes, just in case, you know, there is a bit more push from the buyers. But we're just seeing now, you know, heavy selling coming in. I got my finger on the exit button, and I think the next candle, again, is quite red. You can see just the buyers are getting, you know, getting absorbed, getting pushed away, and that was the exit. So didn't hit my take profit, which was in a weird way a good thing, because it never would have hit my take profit. It did climb up a little bit more, but my take profit was never hit, and that reversal came in very strong. So I'm happy I wasn't, I got out the trade. I think a pretty decent price. I was pretty happy with how that played out. Did I expect this? Absolutely not. This is no idea what's going on. Maybe Aymane, you can try and give reasoning as to what the hell, why is it moving that strong? I don't know. I see nothing. There's no real gap in volume. I mean, I see nothing, unless I'm reading it wrong, unless I'm missing something. The only thing I can try is maybe to go on. Sorry.
Just yesterday's high.
I didn't hear what you said.
Just, you know, I say just yesterday's high. One of those things, you know, in a bear market, you test a daily high and it comes back down again. It could be something like that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think pretty much. I think you're bang on. I think it was essentially a trap for the buyers. A lot of breakout traders. The next big gap in volume would be here, but we never reached it. If we did reach it, I would absolutely 1,000,000% want to be selling that market. But it just didn't reach it. It's very annoying, because it would have been great if it did reach it. I don't know. I would have. Well, I wouldn't have been in the trade. I would have been out by then already. But yeah.
Like for the reversal. Sorry, Sam?
No, I think there's a bit of lag. So, but go on. Say what you wanted to say.
No, about the reversal, like it was like this big wick there, and I have like a sort of supply. Plus, when we open, like we didn't hesitate left or right, we go straight up. So we went up, and then when you check the footprint, Like it was full of like big clusters, and we are heading to this like this supply. And the moment we touch this supply, so the moment we touch this supply, like we saw like big cluster and instant reaction for sellers. Like when you check the 15 minutes, you see, for example, like there is like third candle like to the left, like 1.34k on the top, 1.21, an instant like big cluster for sellers, an instant reaction. Of course, I was not expecting it like this. I want more to see a failure, like double top or something, just to confirm. But it didn't even reach my level.
So that's a lot of red
quick,
volume on the
looking at the 15-minute.
Yeah, looks like a lot of red volume on the candlestick's high.
I mean, yes, absolutely. Yeah, I can also see, I mean, we did have buyers come in, and these buyers here getting trapped right at the wick, and then the sellers came in very aggressively, definitely getting out, and then this whole chunk, this whole part right here, once you see that being printed, it's going down. It's going down.
Could you check please, like the wick that we had yesterday? Like it's in the same price level. Like if you go to the left, like how it looked like on on the footprint.
Yeah, same thing. So again, yeah, exactly. Buyers trapped right at the top, and then it's a bit harder to see because it happened so quick. So all these levels have been, they would have been different numbers as it was going up, and then as it came down, it would have edited a lot of these levels because the delta would have changed. You probably see it on the 5-minute better if there's a bit more time between it, if it loads. Just bear with me. Hey, there we go. I need a quicker mouse. Here we go. It's a lot of scrolling. It's a good workout for my hand.
Like on the NQ.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see it clear as day as well. Buyers getting trapped right at the top here, and as it pushes down, you're seeing all the sellers coming in a big, heavy block of selling.
Yeah. If sorry, Sam, like if you measure just this 5 minutes, like this candle, 5 minutes candle, the upper one, the top.
Which one? This one?
This, yeah. Like how many percentage this week if you measure it like with the
the percent. The whole, just a wick?
Just the whole candle. It's same like.
The whole candle. Wait, let me measure it from the bottom then. It is 1.91%.
1.9% in 5 minutes candle. It's
insane.
It was insane. Yeah.
Absolutely insane. Yeah.
I thought completely like I was trading crypto yesterday.
I mean, you might as well at this point. I mean, it is completely nuts, the market at the moment. One thing I would say as advice to any viewers watching who are thinking of trading right now, if you had a good trade, walk away. Do not try and make more, because the market is gonna slap you in the face, because the moves it makes lately is been ridiculous, right? Just have one trade, wait for that right moment, get in, get out, lower your expectations, because it can, I don't know, the market's very crazy right now. It seems always a bit later on it makes its move. In the last 2 days it's been doing that. We've had an open, it pushes quite nicely in the open, and then it just hard reversal out of nowhere. But you can see it in the footprint. But this is the thing, is it's hard to do in real time. I get it. Like if you're quite new to the footprint, it's very hard to kind of figure out what the hell is going on. But you can see it quite clearly. You know, buyers were getting trapped again. They were pushing it up, all getting out of the market, or heavy sellings coming in. And then where the real sell pressure, where you, if you wanted to be really conservative about your trade, and the real place you should have entered, you can actually see it better in the 15-minute. So if I was right here, this, damn it, what am I doing? Here we go. This whole area here, this is where you wanted to enter. The moment you saw just crazy amount of selling coming in, you know these buyers are out the market. You know these buyers are now getting the hell out, and it's just going to flood down because of that amount of pressure being, you know, you wanted to jump in right there. And then naturally, I mean, most people would have targeted an obvious place like these lows here at most. I personally would have targeted like this gap in volume here. I would have had my stops like that. That's the kind of trade I would have done. I would never have thought we would be breaking the low of the day and going all the way down. So yeah, I mean, just have your wits about you. Don't be afraid to get out the market. If you're seeing something you don't like, just get the hell out, secure some profit. Because this can reverse so quickly, this market. It doesn't give you much of an indication, because there really wasn't that much of an indication to say, hey, we're about to go down hard, until it was too late around here. You could argue, yes, there was a heavy selling or people exiting here, but that in itself isn't, I would say, enough to warrant such a move down. It was only here was it clear. And if you bought where I bought, okay, you would have probably got out around break even, which isn't too bad, I guess. But do you know what I mean? You could have secured at least some profit if you allowed it to go. If you got out the moment you saw it. It's just not happening for the buyers. You know, they're struggling. So yeah, until the market calms down, I would say have more realistic expectations with the S&P and, well, or the NASDAQ as well, or any, I guess, currencies as well, Howard. They've been a bit crazy recently, haven't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, the obviously the daily ranges have started to to expand quite a bit, particularly since Trump came in the other day. So we're seeing some massive moves, and it's reflected across all of the markets really. You know, crude oil broke through its major support level, and suddenly you're seeing massive ranges on that. Bitcoin, everything. It's just volatility has just exploded on everything. So you're right. Literally, if you can grab something. And obviously keep your sizes relatively small, I would say, because these moves are so big. You have to reduce your sizes if you're going to go for the kind of the trades that you normally do. I would say if you do them in the same size, you're going to see a lot of volatility that can sort of screw you up a little bit. Just what you can get, and thanks very much. You know.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think, like, especially for new traders who the first time they are experiencing this type of volatility, I think you have to step back. Let's take a step back. Just wait, because if it's your first time seeing this volatility, you will blow your account for sure, because you don't have any experience about it.
Yeah.
Maybe I assume your system, you still didn't adapt it to this type of volatility, this type of market. So the best thing is to stay cash, enjoy watching like 5 minutes candle, like it moved 2%, 3%. And yeah, so the markets, certainly it's crazy. And for me, what is more crazier is also gold. Like normally there is a lot of uncertainty now in the market. So you normally, logically, you should see the gold is going up, but what we see is just the gold is going down. And I said it yesterday, for me, I think maybe it's because of some investors have margins, like limit margins on other assets, so they take profits from gold, so they are up in position on gold and they cover. This is the only explanation, because I don't know.
It's liquidation, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's actually have a quick look at gold. I'll pull up gold real quick. because we analyzed gold yesterday, didn't we?
Yep.
I think it was with Michael.
Yep.
Was in the session. So I said yesterday that because we've entered this zone here, perfect rejection into this gap in volume, my bias for gold today would be a small pullback to the upside, which we had. But then again, just recently, I'm talking the last couple of hours, we started pushing down again. So we had that little pullback that I was expecting, and it stopped. So I said it could potentially stop at this gap in volume here. We kind of blew through it, but then it just stopped at the point of control from yesterday, which is always possible as well. So the highest traded volume, this whole range area here, it just basically hit the underside of it, which is, it happens as well. And yeah, started moving down. Like I was doubtful as well yesterday that we're gonna, have a decent enough pullback where, we're gonna reach these areas here, because it's just pushing down very hard recently. But that pullback did occur. So you could have had, again, knowing that we're in that zone, my expectation was a bit bullish for the day. Could have had a scalp. So within that trading, within these hours, right, I would have only been looking for buy positions. So I would have looked for like any pullback that I can jump in for a buy. So if I get rid of the volume profile and play it out in like as if the beginning of the day, where's the beginning of the day? It would have been here. And then I would have started trading for gold. It could be any London or New York, any time around that. So say I start around 9, I can see a gap in volume there. If we pulled back into that area at any point, we kind of didn't in time. It didn't hit that. So I would have keep playing it out. I'll be looking where the gaps are. Did it even have a decent enough pullback? It never did, actually. No, there was never really a pullback into that area, annoyingly. So I don't think I would have even managed to catch a trade. Here was a small gap that was created then, a bit later on, which we had a little bit of a pullback in and then back to the last high. So you could have had a very small scalp, but really there was never any major... no, there really wasn't a great opportunity to even buy the market, to be honest, looking at it. So, yeah, but I don't trade gold, so all this doesn't matter, because to me, I don't know, I don't like gold. I never like the way it moves. Yeah. It doesn't respect levels that well, I find. it loves to always just go that little bit extra. It's like, why? Just stop where you're meant to stop.
It's a crazy one. It's a crazy one. I had, if I could just show you my screen here.
Yeah, absolutely.
1 second. Let's present that share screen.
Okay, you're up.
Okay, so yeah, on the daily. So we basically I've been tracking this kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sequence here over the last few weeks, and I think the reason why it obviously liquidation is one thing, but I think the reason why it didn't continue higher when the dollar started to collapse, which typically the gold will go up when the dollar goes down, is that literally it done it already. It had basically traced out its 5 waves to the upside, so the market was already pot committed long to gold before the move, which should have taken it even higher, occurred. So paradoxically, you saw euro dollar, for example, and cable sterling dollar were in a range while gold was going higher over this period. So it was very boring. Gold was making new highs, but the currencies weren't really moving. But then out came the news with the tariffs. The dollar collapsed. Everything really kicked off, and gold, it went a little bit higher, but no real demand. And then obviously it turns around, and somebody burst the bubble, basically. So I think what we're doing now is we're correcting this whole 5 wave sequence from here. So we had a 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's that last 5 there. So typically when you correct a 5-wave sequence, if the bull market is still intact, which it looks like it is, usually you'll come back into this previous 4th wave. So I guess in normal kind of parlance, you're back into a kind of support zone, which is this area here. So I'd be looking for this thing to to sort of at some point test maybe around here, the start of this last move up. What is it, 2880 odd, and then think about maybe the big support coming in here and basing out. But yeah, I agree with you, Sam. It looks like it in the short term it looks very heavy, and that it wants to come back down. There's a lot of longs to liquidate before we can get back on solid ground again, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I feel like it still has a bit to drop, like you said.
Yeah, there is still room to drop. Like for now, like if I can share my screen.
Sure.
So gold last month, if we check the monthly time frame, like we made like 9%, and we had like the biggest candle in all this bullish trend here. So we have 9% or 10. Yeah. And then what we saw took this previous week. Now the momentum is bearish. So for some intraday levels. So, but first I will explain just more in detail the trade they took, because it was a little bit risky inside the supply. So actually 70%, 70 to 80% of time. So when we take one direction from the Asian session, so there is high probability that we will finish the day, let's say, in green. So when I checked, like from this is the low of the New York session of yesterday. The Asian session was bullish, and the price action, when we are moving slowly and we are creating higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low. So I don't want to sell this type of price action. So the idea for me was bearish, because we were sitting in a supply, but I was more waiting for the end of New York session to create the last high, like we did here, the last low, and then take the sell for the Asian session and swing trade. But yeah, it happened way before, but that's okay. So about the levels, so I have for sure like this level here between 2,989 and 2,973, and I have also this daily level here between the 2096 and the 2015. So if we didn't react from those areas, I think we're gonna melt to at least to the 50% of this week right here, and then here. So overall, like there is, as you can see, like bearish momentum. So if you have a buy setup, it's more of like intraday, because for now, like we could have, but it's not clear yet, like double bottom. But I am favoring more of like coming to test this area right here to see the price how will react. So for the supply zones, we have this zone right here, like this 3,112. It's good zone from where we can sell. We have, as I draw here, this 1 minute supply. It was respected, and like we had, like let's say a double. We touched the 3,029, respect the demand, break again. But for me, this is a failure, because if we go higher on time frame, like it's like if you add this candle to this candle, it will give you a wick. Like I don't know.
Yeah, up and down.
Yeah, so this up candle and this down candle, if you made a plus, it will give you a wick. So for me, this is a failure here. And when we check the footprint, like we had big cluster here, and let's check the footprint. I hope it's not lagging.
Give me 2 seconds. Yeah. Should be fine. Oh, are you sharing entire screen or?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
sharing. So this is gold 1 hour. So to be honest, it was, for me at least, it was not that clear, because like here we were pushing from Asian session. We had demand here, like demand here on this level. We had a little bit of seller got absorbed here. We had buyer that are pushing. You can see here that we had this 344 cluster at the low of the candle, and after we had instant continuation, and then we printed like big cluster at the top. So here, like the maximum that I can tolerate the price can go, it's here in this area here. I don't want the price to come back here, otherwise I will consider it like absorption, plus the context, of course. But yeah, it was here, nice setup for buys, and especially after you can see this absorption here. This is the 1 hour time frame. So for the setup, like we had the supply zone right here. So in terms of volume, like let's check here out. So we had the biggest volume here and the top of this candle here. But for me, I have to compare always like the footprints delta with the price action and candlesticks. And for me, the candlesticks were not clear for me, to be honest. Like, yeah, we had the biggest volume in all this small uptrend here. So for sure there is a squeeze, like buyers get out here. So we had the delta still was positive, but as you can see, we have heavy clusters on the wick. So this is the body of the candle with the red points, and this is the wick of the candle. So definitely, like, they were pushing. We had this minus 139, and immediately we had instant reaction to the downside. So yeah, so this was actually the main setup to take, but I took the buy. That was the plan. The plan was more Asian session. Sorry, it went. Wait for the Asian session to sell, because I just didn't see it correctly. I see it clearly.
Yeah.
Sorry. So yeah. So for quick update about the NQ charts. So NQ currently, like, if we gonna clean the levels, clean a little bit, this chart is messy.
Your chart's always so nice and compared to mine. Mine are messy.
Yeah, so we tapped in this demand area right now, so it could probably be a nice setup to take. Let's check the 15 minutes. Can we check the footprint again?
Yeah, go for it. I can switch it over.
So let's first check. So yeah, we had this big bearish candle here, close inside this demand, and if we should check the footprint, how the footprint look like. Share the entire screen, not forget.
Robert says he draws birthday cakes on his charts. It reminds me of a funny video I saw earlier today. Someone analyzing the charts, and they're like, this is the S pattern. They start drawing like a random S, and this is the tank pattern, and they draw like a little tank, and then like a then it's just like drawing random like doodles on a chart.
Yep. I think all these terms that us technicians use, they kind of we set ourselves up for ridicule.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, so I think there is a little bit of lagging in my footprint, but we will just check if there is an absorption here on the. Let's check 15 minutes. Yeah. So definitely, like the first look, you can see like the delta is so negative and heavy. Now we are seeing slowly, like now there is no slow of volume also.
Is that
for
the
you?
cumulative?
Sorry?
Real quick, is that the cumulative delta, the top green line, the very top one? That's cumulative, is it?
Here? Yeah. This is the cumulative.
The one
the
above,
delta.
or is that volume, total volume, or
Here? No, the volume.
volume? Aha. Okay. I'm with you.
Yeah, this is the volume.
Yeah, because a cumulative delta would be really good, but I can't seem to find a good one on TradingView. It's not inbuilt. For some reason, TradingView will show you cumulative tick delta, but then show you the CME contract delta. I don't know what the hell they're thinking, but it would be good to have cumulative delta on TradingView. If anyone at TradingView is listening, please sort that out.
So currently, like we tapped in in a demand area, but to be honest, it's like you cannot buy this like it's not that clear. Like for example, we have here minus 186 cluster was tested, we went down. We have this biggest cluster here again. We tested, and now we are going lower. This is the only green candle we had past, let's say 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 15 minutes candle. So it says nothing. The only thing like it's just this big cluster in the middle. We will see how the price will react, but as it look like right now, like we have, let's say medium cluster, medium numbers, like we had minus 135 now. So definitely, if the only thing is we don't have like a heavy cluster here at the top. So but yeah, so if we had like a double bottom here, like going up, come back, retest this area right here, it could be a nice setup to take for buys. Otherwise, it's still bearish, even it's in a demand zone. If we check, let's check the 5 minute, how it looks like. 5 minutes, it's a little bit lagging, but yeah, yes. So the 5 minutes, let's check the 5 minutes. What's your thoughts, Sam? What do you think?
The 5 minute, 1 second, my screen's going weird. Everything's lagging on my end. I'll be honest with you, Aymane. I struggle to read your footprint. I don't know why.
You got different footprints.
I'm just not used to like all the different color. Like
it's same for me. Like in the beginning, like I was trying to understand. It's normal. Like everyone has his.
Like I've even like edited TradingView's footprint to kind of like, oh, maybe this will work. But every time I play around the settings, I always find myself going back to the one I've currently got. It just messes. Like I'm just used to seeing. Do you know what I mean? How it looks like on TradingView right now. So I don't know. I'd have to like really concentrate and look at every number and kind of like figure out exactly.
Yeah.
Right. I can kind of figure. Okay. I see what's going on. Okay. What time frame was it? 5 minute. Okay.
No, this is the 5 minute.
Yeah. Okay, so the wicks are the ones without the little color on the left hand side, right?
Yes,
so that's
yes.
the wick, that's the body. Okay, I'm with you. I'm starting to see it now.
So like in general, like the wicks are without this, without the color, and the body is.
Yeah. And on the right side, would that be the volume profile? What you have?
Yeah,
Next
this is
to the
like the
price?
fixed volume in like in trading view. Like this is the fixed
Yeah, yeah. So that
volume.
starts at the beginning of the day. I'm assuming that's like the session volume.
To be honest, I don't use it that much. It just
I see.
it shows here, but I don't use it that much. But
Uh-huh.
I think like it shows just for this scale right here from 17,772
Yeah,
till 17,475. So yeah, for the all day, I think, yeah, 475.
I see.
So yeah, so like there is big cluster in the bottom of the candle. The price is here was continuing down. This is the first, let's say, potential retracement, but we have a heavy cluster here, so it's not a good setup to buy.
No. Yeah, I wouldn't want to buy. That was NAS, right?
The NAS, yeah.
Yeah. Let me basically the same as the S&P. Let me have a look at S&P real quick. If we're at any kind of buy area, I mean, I wouldn't want to buy the market considering. Yeah, no, I definitely wouldn't want to be buying. I'd want to be shorting again because what we have seen just now. Let me just put up the screen real quick because what I mean the short. I would have wanted to short, but I already would have missed the opportunity. But all right, you should be able to see it.
Yes.
Yeah, so essentially what we did, broke through this zone, which is an older gap in volume. We broke through it, and we've got the typical, broke through, bounced off this one, bounced off here, and then bounced off again. So I wouldn't want to buy unless, I mean, there could be a ranging market now going to start moving sideways because it's trapped between two zones. I would only want to buy when it gets to here, only want to sell when it gets to here. Until one of them gets broken, one of them is going to be wrong. In terms of the footprint, I don't know if there's anything I'd be able to see that makes it more obvious, but if I go down to where we are, what is this? This 15-minute? No. Let's go 5 minutes. Oh, lots of buying came in actually. Okay, yeah, we have a bit of sellers selling right at the bottom. These people were definitely trapped. Then I'm assuming, yeah, we're seeing all these heavy buying numbers. These are sellers taking profit. I'm pretty confident. This is people lifting off their positions right now. From this massive sell we had, you can just see people taking profit bit by bit. Some people took profit here. Every time we get to one of these zones, you can just see how previous sellers are just taking their money out the market. Some got out here, some got out here, some got out here, some got out here. These are just people getting out the market as you would expect. And finally, quite a few have been getting out. So that would have released a lot of pressure. Do I think it's going to start dropping even more? Probably not. Do I think anyone's going to be really buying into this market? Probably not. We might see a bit of a drift up now that a lot of sellers are getting out. We might start seeing a bit of drift or going sideways, and it will just get into a more tighter and tighter range as the volume dies off. But yeah, we're kind of at balance again, I would say. I'm pretty confident anyone who sold earlier today, majority of people out the market now. So anything could happen. We're kind of back to square one now. Now it all matters. Yeah, if we break these lows, I'm sure there'll be people who will jump in as breakout traders.
Yeah.
Gone?
Yes. It's interesting. I'm seeing a similar kind of thing on crude oil and Bitcoin, and I think a lot of these have been a little bit linked lately with this, the whole big sell-off and the bounce, that kind of thing, because we saw a very similar spike on. Actually, I'll just show it on crude oil,
absolutely,
and Bitcoin actually. Let's just which one is it? Is it this one? I think it's this one.
There we go.
Yeah, so there's you can see the spike right away. So that was the so crude oil kind of fell out of bed on the break of that key level 64.65. Massive selling, and then we had the gap down with the S&P, everything Bitcoin, everything gapped down on Monday, then the retest, and then boom up. The fake out move, and interesting how it's all been pretty much reversed. We've had a couple of attempts at pushing higher, and it started to break down. So I'm thinking maybe the sellers are sort of coming back into these kind of risk on, risk off kind of markets. I don't know if that translates into a lower stock market possibly, but certainly that kind of rumor driven spike that we saw on all these markets has been completely, anyone that bought it up here is not feeling too happy, I would say.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, so it feels to me that we're kind of we've had an attempt at rallying, and now we're sucking out all the buyers, and then maybe we can the trend can reassert at some point, maybe tomorrow. I don't know.
Yeah, I think tomorrow I will be. I don't know. We're kind of in the middle. This is the thing that is worrying me a little bit. If I just pull up my chart real quick so I can show it. So when I have a really strong bias is when we're at an extreme, and we're just not at an extreme right now. We're actually quite dead in the middle of the most recent price action, right? We're just kind of dead. So for me, it's kind of like if we're at an extreme, like up here, I know, okay, my bias is going to start shorting it. If we're at the bottom here at an extreme level, the lowest level, then my bias would start becoming more buy. We're just kind of dead in the middle right now. So it's very, I don't actually have a bias for tomorrow until we wake up and see what's actually going on. But if I had to pick, I would be more bearish in the market. I don't think the end has of this bear market has happened yet. I think what we saw in the last few days was just typical, little bit of a pullback, bit of a correction, but that was it. Nothing major. Longer term, where do I think the bear market could end? I would say if we break through the current zone we're at now, because this is the most extreme. Let me just turn this back into 15 so I can see the volume a bit clearer. Whoa, what the hell happened there? Oh, I changed value area. My bad. Changed the wrong setting. 15. Here we go. There we go. Yeah. So we're not at the most extreme gap in volume, but the most extreme is all the way down here. If we do get to that zone, then I will be starting to look at probably will recover. But we could very much recover from here. It doesn't have to actually go down much more. I'm not surprised that we had a very strong reaction to that area, which we did see. We saw a really nice push up in the last couple of days. But in terms of where would I expect sellers to jump back in? And it would, I just spotted it. Aha. There it is. All right. So the volume profile from this whole bear trend, basically, right? This is the daily chart. This whole push down, the gap in volume is right here, which lines up. I can't believe I never noticed that before. So which lines up to exactly where we stopped. High. And yeah. And if I make that smaller, so I can zoom in because it's a huge area, but if I change the price levels to be a bit smaller so I can find exactly where the gap is within that area. Whoa, okay. That's really messy. Why is it? Did I put 500? No wonder. 50. Okay, it really just tops off right here. This would be the lowest part right there. So The area, I can't really zoom in that much more. Yeah, we didn't quite touch it, but we're in that area. There was no real gap within that area. I mean, the whole area is basically the gap. So, okay, can't zoom it in anymore, but that would be the end of the gap, that black line. So we're well within it. That is now making more sense.
So a lot of
I
supply
can
up
figure out why it just stopped randomly.
there.
Yeah, I got my zone wrong. I had my zone wrong. There we go.
Like Sam, how
Always
did you
good to
draw
double
this?
check.
Like
Sorry?
how did you draw this fixed range? Is it from the top? From
Yeah,
the
fixed range. So from the where it started basically to where we are
Okay.
now. So I always do that with any trend, right? So where the trend started, so this one, this uptrend, so to speak, started, I would say here was the original push up back in October. So I drew it from here all the way to, where it stopped around here somewhere. And then just look where there's gaps in volumes. And this was one of the gaps. There's another one down here. That one reacted. And then on the bear trend, the downward trend, drew it down. That was the gap. That's where it went up to. I never drew it out. I never noticed it until now. Well,
you found why. You find why now.
That's made me feel a bit better actually, because I was getting a bit annoyed. I was like, why didn't it get to that area? But I got
It all
the
makes
area
sense.
wrong.
It all makes sense. It makes sense. These markets make sense.
Yeah. Double, triple, quadruple check. That's the lesson. I got to clean my charts more. I mean, I got so many. One day I just have to right click and just remove all drawings and start fresh, so I can get a nice cleaner image. That will help definitely, because there's too many like areas, But yeah, back to the original. Like I think the fact that we rejected now off that zone, that is a gap in volume, that's starting to make more sense. I would be more bearish still. But whether we'll break this heavy one here, because I truly don't know if it's going to go all the way down here. That's a huge amount. I mean, how many more percent is that? If I get the measuring tool out. So from the current low where it got to, that's another 9% it has to drop. I don't know if the S&P 500 is going to drop another 9%.
Never say never. Yeah.
It can happen, yeah. I mean, what was the drop on the last major crash? I'll probably have to do the weekly, to be honest.
34, 30.
Because I'm gonna ignore COVID, because COVID was a bit unique. I'll say the last major crash was what?
That was like 50. That was like 50 odd percent. The great financial crisis was 50 odd.
Crash. Okay.
Yeah.
I think COVID was like 30.
Let's see what 2018 showed. Yeah. So we had 20% back in 2018. COVID, would have definitely been bigger. You can already see that visually. And then 2008, I know that was huge, but and then COVID was 35, and then 2008. I mean, it could drop another 10%. Then I mean, it's possible. Yeah, that was 57%. Bloody hell!
It does happen every so often.
57.
It does happen every so often.
And we're currently at, if we took the low, we're at 21. I would have expected around 20, at most 30. So it could very much drop another 10%. I think it is possible, actually, that we'll get down to here. It's a tough one. I wouldn't start buying right away if I was like a long-term investor, but 28%, that sounds actually quite reasonable. I think it's a hard one, but if we definitely break that area, then I don't think it will go much lower than here.
Like you think you think we will get like a V-shape reversal?
Yeah. Well, would you mean reversal to the upside or the current
Yeah,
reversal?
to the upside,
that
like
we're seeing?
V-shape reversal to the upside, or it will be slow?
I think it'd be slow. I think it'd be
That's a
slow.
tough one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
after the velocity, well, that COVID was a bit different, but I think the velocity of the decline that we're seeing.
Because it happened so many times in past, like the V-shape reversal.
Yeah, I mean,
But they're
I
proper
think
bear markets.
absolutely. I think right at the beginning there will be a bit of it's hard. I mean, it will be really hard to know until it gets there. But I think there will be quite a reaction. We saw quite a reaction, when it hit this zone, right? That was you could call that kind of V-shaped. It was strong, the reaction, right? Like really, really strong when we got there at market open. It just boom, went up. I mean, how many percent did it just go up from there to there? 8% in one move.
It shows you.
I think we'll see something similar when we get here again. A really sharp move up.
Yeah, it shows you what they can do when.
Go on, Howard.
I say it shows you what they can do if the fundamentals suddenly change. If it's for real. I mean, that obviously wasn't for real, and it started to reverse. But if it's some piece of news which is like, okay, there are no more tariffs or something, it's like, hang on, back to the bull market.
No, absolutely.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Like we saw the price yesterday, like it spiked like so fast. So we could see that, like when the sentiment will change, like it can go quickly up 10%. Like you said, Howard, they can change the sentiment so quickly. It happens so quickly. So yeah, for me, like.
Yeah,
if you want to invest but not financial advice, of course it's good point, it's good price to buy some, but it will go more definitely, it will go more lower. Me also, it's like Sam, I expect to go another 10% lower.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, even on NQ, I'm just looking now, did the same analysis on NQ. Where it rejected was again a gap in volume, and then there's one more below, which is how many percent away? Another 8, 9 to 10% could be a bit more, because anywhere within that area. So I think both markets line up as well. I think we're going down another level basically, and then the correction. Then the end will happen.
It will be shocking if we surpass like minus, let's say 37-38% down from the all-time high. It will be shocking. Like if it will happen, it will be a little bit something unexpected. And then especially like we will see later, like I think it's middle of April, end of April, like the Europe, how they will react with the tariff. So for now, I think there is nothing yet. They didn't announce nothing, but middle April, end of April, they will announce, and we will see. Now, I think if we are talking about what can change the sentiments, like what is the few things now that could happen that will change the sentiment, and especially if we saw yesterday, like this, let's say, wrong news, fake news happened. So I think anything positive related to tariff, like delay 90 days or agreements between Europe and, let's say, USA about tariff, like no more tariff between Europe and USA. This could be a positive sentiment, at least let's say medium term, not really long term, but medium term. So yeah. So
no, I wouldn't be surprised if the tariffs are there just to drop the market, so everyone can buy a nice 20-30% discount on some of the good blue chip stocks.
When you say everyone, maybe a select few.
A select few, yeah.
Like Tesla price.
That's a conspiracy theory.
Anything's possible. Come on. Yeah.
Like Tesla price, like
I
currently
don't know.
it's down 50%, 51%. It's, as Michael said last time, it's like you buy 2 for 1. So
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure.
yeah, should we
Yeah.
check the Bitcoin?
Yep.
Yeah,
I've
go
got a
ahead.
strong view on that.
Bitcoin.
Okay.
Okay, it's up.
Okay, it's up. So Bitcoin right now, actually, for me, this area right here, if we break this area, I think we will see 42, 43, 44 K. I think it's for probable that we will. Let's be honest. It's a little bit tricky because, like, now we test this area, we still have this reversal pattern here, so we could, for me, for sure, like, to take a small swing buys, like it have to be clear double bottom and more inside this area right here to take just a buy from, let's say, from here to here, but not the all-time high, I think. And it's just my opinion, like, I think buying and targeting the all-time high, which is possible, but I think it's a little bit far from it happen. I think testing this area right here, coming back to this supply or even this supply, I think it's a good medium term trade. Otherwise, I think if we break this area right here, I think we're gonna see Bitcoin drop at least to the 43, 44, 44K.
I think I had roughly the same levels as well on Bitcoin. We looked at it, I can't remember when, but quite a while back.
Yeah, and especially like the Bitcoin before this small drop right here, like we had, let's say, a double top here. We had this push to the upside, and we had this double top. Now we are in this area. We could
Flash retest. Yeah.
everything is possible. We could visit the all-time highs, but I think we're gonna stay, especially with the market sentiments and everything that is happening. I think we're gonna retest this more, stay a little bit in this range and drop lower. Or we could see there is another scenario that we could see sort of similar price action we had here. Like we had this, let's say, extend double top, like we had something like this. We could have similar here where we are in this demand zone, so we could have something like that, like here, and then the drop. But I think the drop is there, the drop is coming. 42K,
Yeah,
my opinion, for sure. Like it's like nothing sure, like probably like it will hit the 44K. But yeah, so this is how I see it. I don't know,
Yeah.
yeah.
Sam.
I have
how- Hmm?
I have two more zones it could drop to. I have around 52 to 47, and then the last zone 40 to about 34. Those are the areas I have marked out. Well, I think there's going to be a hard rejection and a push up from there. Oh, you got your screen. I'll just pop it up and you can see. I think we analyzed. I don't know if you were in the session there, Aymane, or if who I was with when I analyzed that. But yeah, I have the same.
With me, yes. Yeah.
Let me just, yeah, it was with you. Let me just move that to 15. See that a bit easier. Yeah.
This precision.
Precision, yeah, it was like perfect precision. Bitcoin really respected it nicely, and didn't get much of a pullback. The volume has changed a little bit and shifted, but we still haven't got into that area yet. It's very rangy at the moment, but we are. There we go. We actually are breaking through it now. It's the daily. I wonder if we did actually test it from the other side. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. On the 4 hour, you can see it. So we broke through that zone, came back on the other side, tested it, and now we're rejecting. So we had the push up, the original rejection, moved sideways for a bit. That's the sideways there, arrows drawn, and then originally it breaks through, comes back on the other side, and then pushes down. So now the next level, I think we are dropping down to at least 52. And then, start buying around here.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, and then hopefully all-time highs.
Hey, exactly.
That would be nice.
Along with the stock market, once it's all over, but we've got to get through the
Exactly.
we've got to get through this chop. Yeah. Let me just share mine just to show you why I agree. Let's have a look. As you know, I'm into waves.
Yep.
So long-term Elliott wave count. This is a log scale. So we traced out 5 waves at the high back in, when was it? January. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Nothing good happens after a 5-wave sequence. It's time for correction. So we had that little double top, as you mentioned, broke down, retested the double top as well, and now it's kind of under a little bit of pressure along with the stock market. And yeah, similar kind of thing. It goes through these kind of 5-wave sequences, then sees the big bear market, which retraces like 70% from the all-time high. Not a good argument for a store of value, but still something that declines by 70% from the all-time high. But yeah, it's I think we're in one of those kind of long, call it a bear market, call it a correction, whatever you want. But it looks like, to me, it's I agree with you that I think it's headed down.
Yeah, that's good. Opportunity to get into Bitcoin.
Yeah,
Discount.
exactly. Yeah, but it's a bear market in Bitcoin, a bear market in stocks is a bull market in cash, as they say.
Yeah, exactly that. And this will be the first time I'll ever buy Bitcoin. I've never purchased Bitcoin.
Yep.
Never traded it. So if we get down there, I will actually be buying Bitcoin.
Which price level? Like 40, 30? Tell us some.
Yeah, around there. I'll buy
50.
like outright the coin. I'm not going to do leverage trading. Yeah, around 50, 40, around that area, I'll start buying it. And then I don't have to worry about stop losses and all that stuff. I just won't leverage it and just hope in the next couple of years it'll go up to like 300K or something and make a lovely return.
Well, the next doubling or whatever they call it.
Exactly. Watch, it'll be my luck. That's where Bitcoin completely
and that could tie. Yeah, I mean that could tie in with the bottom on the stock market. So it might be a bargain basement for everything.
Exactly. So that's it. Liquidate some other assets, get some cash ready. We're at that point where you want to be cash rich, so you can start buying stuff cheap. If you're thinking about buying a new car or something, hold off. Don't be getting rid of that cash just yet. We've got some opportunity around the corner, hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Definitely.
Where do you where you guys seeing crude oil going to? West Texas? You got anything big on that? Because I think we've had this major breakdown. It's going much lower, I think.
Never analyzed it. Let's have a look.
Same also. Like,
should be good for your petrol prices.
Crude oil future.
Oh wow, it really dropped. I think I'm on the wrong futures. 1 minute.
Is it like the WTE or which?
Yeah, WTI. Yeah, West Texas.
Okay. WTE.
I'm only getting partial charts here. Let me just do crude oil futures. CL. There we go. That's looking a bit
CL,
better. Oh no. I'm only getting partial charts. I don't know what's going on.
Same.
Oh no, it is. It's just my computer's not loading. I was like, why is it only loading like a month's worth of data? Now, finally, okay. Something is really wrong with bloody hell. Crude oil is looking scary. Why is my petrol still so expensive?
you know what they say,
this is
up like a rocket and down like a feather when it comes to petrol prices.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Something interesting on crude oil. Let me get that up. So we have just touched a very nice gap in volume. So we're literally in it. It's a huge area. We've literally just dipped into it. Let me find the exact place within it where I would expect a push up. Oh, there we go. I can see it nice and clear. So I'll draw another little box around that area. Oh, we're almost there. Did I actually get it right on? There's a few. It's like a pip out. There we go.
Precision again.
Oh, we've almost touched it. We've almost
pinpoint
touched
precision.
it. Yeah, so I would definitely be looking to potentially buy once it gets here. And where I would buy it to, again, I've never traded crude oil, so this is a huge, it's been a very long push. I don't even know where to start it. It's hard to even, it's very messy. I wouldn't, nah, that doesn't look right. 1 second, let me go back to 15 so I can see it a little bit clearer. Nah, that's not right. I would say the start of the last push down would actually only be here, but that isn't enough. I'm missing a lot of data then. I don't like the way the chart is. I really don't like the way it moves. But then, yeah, it would be a small, but it's already tested this area. We had that yesterday. I could see the wick bounced into it.
Yeah.
Right there and pushed down. So I don't know. I would definitely want to buy when it gets in here. If I see on the footprint a good kind of, area of rejection. But apart from that, is there another zone? If I go to 15, see a bigger area that. Yeah, there is another one lower down again, all the way down here. So kind of similar play, really. I would want to buy but I wouldn't expect it. I'm not going to say this is going to be the end of the push down, but I'll definitely in the next day or two, I would want to be looking more for bullish positions until we see a rejection on another gap, maybe a bit further up somewhere, and then I would want to wait for it to break through this area, do that, and then I would short it harder again. But once we're in that kind of area, and if it's moving, like if it's already had its push up, imagine, I don't know, tomorrow or something, we have a bit of a push up and then it comes back in, then I wouldn't have much direction because it's already played that move out. Then I'm just waiting for that break to happen, to come back, retest it, and then I would short it again. So, but at least for like tomorrow, if we dip into that area, which I think we will, I would be bullish for maybe a day or two. Yeah. Short term,
just a bit of a
bullish.
Correct. Bit of a bounce. Yeah. Yes, it's quite a big move down. Obviously, it's had quite a big breakout move. A lot of stops were below that flat line, the horizontal line.
Oh, a million percent.
So a lot of people have been flushed out on that breakdown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Like I have one. Yeah. Sorry, Sammy.
Oh, it already did it. Basically, already did it. Right. So yeah, I would say it basically touched it. I mean, it was so close, and then it shot up back into that gap in volume, and then rejected back down again. I mean, it could still have another go at it and then another shoot up, but that major push up, that really harsh reaction, has kind of happened already. So maybe that intraday short-term scalp move might not be there anymore, but we'll see. We'll see. I would still be a bit more bullish though as we get here. Until we get below it, that's when I'll start being like, right, sell.
Yeah.
So that would be my crude oil.
Yeah, I will show just the monthly how it look like. I never trade crude oil.
Yeah, neither have I. Never traded, never even looked at it in my life. Well, probably looked at it, but never. Yeah.
It's a big contract on the futures.
Yeah, can you see my screen?
Yep, all good.
Okay, so I have this level, this zone right here. This is the monthly time frame. So like medium long term to buy from this area right here. I don't think that we will see again this price is here 18 or less, but everything is possible. So probably everything is possible.
Minus.
The minus.
It
went into
did go
negative.
minus. Yeah.
Yeah, it did. It was. I think
I heard about it, but I thought that was a joke or something. During COVID, it did that, didn't it?
Yeah.
Like I saw a couple traders who were like having a couple of positions. Like the broker still owe them money.
That's insane.
Yeah.
How does that even work? I don't even understand how that works. How can it go into negative? So wait a minute. So the oil companies would have to pay to sell their oil. That doesn't even make sense. I don't understand how does that work. Each barrel of oil, they have to pay to sell it. I don't know.
I think it was something. I'm not sure, but it was something related to the like future contracts, like because of the COVID and like that they sold the contract way before. So when it's the date for the contract, it was so low. So like everyone sold the previous contracts, and
right.
so it was something like this. That's why we had this. It was when exactly, like on like April 20, yeah. April 2020. COVID, yeah.
Wow.
So I have this level here for me, like long term buying from here is interesting level between the 52 and the 37. So there is another level here between the 18 and the like 6. We could tap into this area. Everything is possible with the market. So yeah.
Yeah.
Any thoughts, Coach Howard?
Yeah. Let me just show you mine. 1 second.
And to Robert, we have seen your comments. Sorry, we didn't actually say it out loud, but yeah, I did see your comment about you hitting, 1K take profit and then sadly losing some of it. But keep at it. It's really good stuff. And yeah, buy Bitcoin at 54K. That's a good plan as well. I'll be doing the same. Sorry, Howard.
Yeah,
continue.
That works. Yeah, just on the quick. I guess we're talking about this zone here, and this is the CFD, so it's a bit more like the actual spot crude. So what the low is 33.5 up to 43.5. So I guess sort of the 40-ish would be a good target. So 60 down to 40 basically.
Yeah.
So a kind of continuation of this move, and just to fulfill that descending triangle thing.
Yes. Yeah.
So
interesting.
Looks to be. I guess it probably means there's a recession coming, but it's good. It's good for petrol prices. Hopefully,
if they would drop it in line with how much it's dropped. I haven't had. I mean, how many percent it's dropped? I haven't seen that and been knocked off my bill.
No, never. Amazing that.
You even went into negative. All right, prices dropped a bit. I remember that time, but no one was paying me, to get petrol. That would be nice.
Yeah, well, you're not being very good to the environment, so.
Well, guys, that is time. Yeah, that was an awesome session as usual. So thank you, Howard. Thank you, Aymane. Sorry, I called you Heyman.
Thanks, everybody.
Aymane.
Thank you.
That was a slip of the tongue. That wasn't. Thank you, Aymane. And to all the viewers, Robert, thank you as well for watching as usual, and to everyone else watching. Catch us every day, Monday to Friday. We do these live sessions, so tune in, subscribe, follow us on all the social media, Discord, etc. And yeah, we'll see you all again very soon. So thanks, guys. Take care. Have a good one.
Thank you,
Take care,
coaches.
guys.
Thank
Bye.
you.